powerful building blocks. Save hundreds of dev hours. Retool offers the ease of visual.
But you see the breaking news on your screen right now. Associated Press confirming an internal email sent by Kimberly Cheadle to those in the Secret Service announces her resignation. This a day after that she was really a verbal punching bag on Capitol Hill, Dana.
Well, and she came to Capitol Hill with no answers to some very basic questions. And the calls were not just coming from Republicans for her to resign. There were many Democrats who felt the same. And you kind of have to wonder, you know, she said the buck stops with her, that she would be the one who would answer the questions. She wanted to be as transparent as possible. She was not. And so I do think that this became something that was inevitable for her. It was a bipartisan call for her. Not everybody, but I mean, you had enough Democrats saying she should resign. In fact, we started the show with Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota, who also thought she should be gone.
She could be compelled to another hearing. We just don't know when. She might resist that, but we'll see how that fight goes. Pat Fallon's a Republican from Texas. He represents a district northeast of Dallas. And sir, good morning to you. We were watching you. I could hear, see, and feel the emotion in your questioning yesterday. Is this satisfactory to you with Cheadle resigning now?
Well, Bill, I think that I'm glad she's resigning. I'm glad she's no longer going to be the head of the Secret Service. I wish she had been fired because, I mean, we need to change the culture of that organization. There were so many. This was a catastrophic failure to protect the former president and, quite frankly, also the leading candidate to be the next president. And she had the most abysmal performance that I'd ever seen. And not just my 4 years in Congress, but the most abysmal performance I've ever seen in front of a congressional committee in the 30 years since I've been a nerd watching C-SPAN in my 20s.
Do you think that the Secret Service will not actually make any changes if she is just basically able to resign, walk away, or do you think she will be called in for more questioning because she was the head of the agency that was responsible for the security of a president who was almost killed?
Dana, you make a good point. I mean, she is part of that puzzle for sure to continue to ask certain questions. I mean, she's the head of the Secret Service. She didn't visit the Butler site ever. She's never been there. That's remarkable to me. And she also said, I asked her, did she talk to that team that protected the president that day? It took her 3 days to do that. I mean, these are inexcusable failures. Also, the federal agents on site that day were not sharing the same communication lines as state and local police. We've got to, again, change the culture of that organization to make sure that all of our protectees are actually, get this, protected.
No, I don't get it. I mean, Johnson just called it outrageous and inexcusable yesterday. I don't understand. Why do you show up and go through that for 5 hours and the next day you step aside? And you're right, sir. The fact that she has not been to the site and was going to appear before members of Congress, it just smells. And I think the country deserves more and better.
Bill, you're right, and it's wholly inadequate. I recreated the shooting in Savoy, Texas on Saturday with a AR with a red dot scope and a magnified scope because they still haven't told us what scope he was using from 130 yards at 6:30 at night, and I hadn't shot that AR in 6 years, and 15 out of the 16 shots were kill shots. So it is an absolute miracle President Trump is alive today. It is, I mean, thank the Lord. Unbelievable.
Congressman, what about Secretary Mayorkas? That is her boss.
Well, I voted to impeach him already. I was the first member of Congress to file articles because of his performance on the border or lack thereof. And this is another instance where Homeland Security, I mean, they're ultimately responsible for the Secret Service. He should have fired her forthwith. And has Alejandro Mayorkas gone to the site? I don't believe so. This is, again, we need adults in the room running our government, and we don't have it right now.
I don't know what we'll learn from the police here in Pennsylvania, but maybe we'll get a few answers here. Then Christopher Wray comes tomorrow. Now, she deflected numerous times yesterday, referring to Christopher Wray. Does the FBI know more, and are they ready to tell us on day 11 tomorrow?
Well, Bill, this is what's sad, is what members of Congress have found out is mostly from whistleblowers and our own personal contacts within the FBI and the Secret Service. They should be telling not just us, but the American people. You can be very transparent and open about your investigation while still not compromising it. They're not mutually exclusive, and they haven't done that. They're just stonewalling after stonewalling. I felt yesterday like I was talking to Charlie Brown's teacher, just wah, 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 wah. It was a bunch of gobbledygook.
Hey,
You weren't alone.
Yeah, we had a Secret Service, a retired Secret Service agent on earlier, and one of the things he said that there was just a little bit of concern about having her answer so many questions about the details about how the Secret Service plans to protect all of the people that they have to protect. Do you share that concern, or at least understand where he's coming from on that point?
Well, we don't need to get into extreme specificity, but I think the general public is aware that you secure the high ground around a president of the United States or one of your high-level protectees. You have counter-surveillance teams. You have counter-assault teams. These are just general knowledge questions, and so they can share that. I mean, and you know what? How about not allowing rangefinders? That should be a list of banned items. How did that guy get on the roof? And that slope certainly wasn't something that would prevent you positioning a law enforcement officer on there as well. We've disproven that. So there was too many untruths or flat-out lies that need to be corrected yesterday.
Well, Michael Waltz tweets it was past time for her to go. I don't think you disagree with that. I was speaking yesterday afternoon with several people about what's happening behind the scenes, and we don't know. But one of the questions that kept coming up in our conversations was, why haven't we seen the gun, and why haven't we seen the shell casings? Now, there could be a reason for that, but I don't know what the reason is. Do you have an idea?
Bill, you make a great point. No, you make a great point. With the rifle that he used and the shell casings and the scope, that's not a national secret. That's not going to give China or one of our other adversaries a leg up. That's ridiculous. That should be shared. That should have been shared immediately, but it wasn't. And again, like with the scope, we were recreating what happened in Butler. I had to use 2 different rifles with 2 different scopes because I didn't know, but it was still the same result. I mean, very deadly. He was in a death zone, and that is inexcusable.
Peter Ducey has a shot of this letter. I'm just going to read it here. We don't have the graphic prepared. As I stated in the hearing yesterday, all of you are worthy of trust and confidence. You deserve the nation's support in carrying out our critical mission. This is a letter to the Secret Service, who works under her, by the way. One of my favorite things about this workforce is that the men and women are fiercely committed to our mission. Thank you for all that you do and will continue to do for our great nation. Signed by her. She has been with the Secret Service since 1995. My understanding is that she actually applied for the Secret Service while she was in college. So she was committed to the Secret Service. And
well, she didn't show the
why this whole thing fell apart the way it did yesterday is just we just can't understand it. It's a high-profile hearing. It had been on the books for days, sir, and it was an absolute letdown.
She was completely, Bill, she was completely unprepared to talk to members of Congress and to share with the American people. And she wasn't the leader that we need at the helm. That was obvious. It was obvious from her actions after Butler, and quite frankly, from what whistleblowers and our contacts are telling us within the Secret Service. She wasn't the leader that they needed before that either. I mean, every single person that I have personal contact with in the Secret Service and those whistleblowers said the same thing, and they're very glad to see her go.
So let's go look at the early vote today and see what it says. Is there a select all?
Also want to welcome Speaker Johnson.
That's great for the company because there is no better workforce than the U.S. workforce. There just isn't. Most countries would agree with that.
There is some striking similarity between the cover-up with the JFK assassination and the recent assassination attempt on Donald J. Trump. To go through this and other big stories, I have Dr. Jerome Corsi with me. Doctor, thank you so much for joining me today.
Stephen, my great pleasure. Thank you.
So just some background. You're an author, investigator, writer. You have a podcast, The Truth Central. You have a website, which I'll put down below, The Truth Central. You, sir, are known for being well-versed in the JFK assassination. We're just coming off of this attempted assassination on Donald J. Trump. What are your thoughts on that? And then you had mentioned to me off air some things that are coming out about JFK evidence that I want to hear about. And then do you think there's any correlation between the mystery around this and cover up? Your thoughts on the situation?
Well, my most recent book it was just published in March with David Mantik. It's called The Assassination of John F. Kennedy, the Final Analysis. Dr. Mantik is a MD in physics, a PhD in physics, an MD radiation oncologist. He's seen the JFK X-rays, the skull X-rays from the autopsy in the archives more than anyone else. He did optical density measurements of the X-rays, which is a scientific device where you millimeter by millimeter, sometimes tenth of a millimeter by tenth of a millimeter, measure the light coming through an X-ray and tells you precisely what you're looking at. Now, Dr. Mantik has determined to publish this data very credibly over years that the 3 X-rays that exist are all forgeries masking frontal shots. And there's 2 clear frontal shots you can see. One hit Jack Kennedy in temporal bone and blew out the back right of his head. That came from the grassy knoll. Another shot hit at the temple above the right eye, and you can see the bullet trail across the top of the head, which does not exit. So this evidence is unmistakable, and it's been suppressed. Dr. Mantik is a brilliant doctor and physicist, but we wrote this book to make this accessible to the public. Very heavily illustrated, over 500 pages, and definitive, and being accepted as definitive of the final analysis of proof that Jack Kennedy was not shot by Lee Harvey Oswald, certainly not as the long-gun assassin. That's the book. You can see we show the 3 shots that hit the head, one at a low angle from the back, the Dowtex building, not the Texas School Book Depository, grassy knoll shot that hit at the right temple and blew out the back of the head, and the blue arrow, the shot at the top of the head with the bullet trail is obvious, largest fragment in the back, which is a frontal shot. Now, this evidence has been available and is widely considered credible. So the similarities are a number. First of all, Dallas was a massive Secret Service failure, negligence failure that almost is so massive it appears willful. The the advanced work to secure the motorcade was not done properly. It was done in a very sloppy fashion, so that buildings downtown that Jack Kennedy was passing, getting into Dealey Plaza, there were windows open, there were people on top of the buildings. When he came into Houston Street, coming into Dealey Plaza, again, there were big buildings, windows open, no security, obvious sniper locations, no one there positioning with law enforcement or Secret Service to secure those locations. Make a sharp left-hand turn onto Elm Street, and you've got to go through the triple underpass. And again, it's a kill zone because you've got obvious shooting angles from the grassy knoll, the south side of Dealey Plaza, above the railroad yard, from the tall buildings, including the Texas School Book Depository. And none of these locations were secured. And these are obvious points where you want to prevent a crossfire. And since the limousine's got to go through, after it turns onto Elm Street, it's got to go through the triple underpass, it's got to pass through this kill zone. And the Secret Service, even at Love Field, was filmed being backed off from its side position along the limousine. The motorcycles were required to stand back of Jack Kennedy. So all these obvious security steps that would be taken, we were trying to prevent an assassination, were left open almost as if they were inviting a kill shot to be taken, or setting the stage for a kill zone to be created. It almost looks willful. And then the second thing that's always been a problem is the government cover story does not hold together. So, for instance, Jack Kennedy was brought to Dallas Parkland Hospital immediately from the shooting, and there was a bullet wound in his throat the doctor saw as a puncture wound, an entrance wound. The back right of his head was blown away. It was an obvious exit wound. And the doctors gave a press conference saying Jack Kennedy was shot from the front. But about an hour into the flight back to Andrews Air Force Base with Air Force One, Lee Harvey Oswald was arrested as the assassin. And they said he was doing the shooting from the 6th floor of the Dallas, Texas School Book Depository, which was behind the limousine when the shooting occurred. And we know this because a AP photographer named Alchins took a photograph. Jack Kennedy's hit by the first shot in the throat. His hands are coming up to his throat. And you can see behind him the Texas School Book Depository. So now the government has a body with frontal shots, but a patsy blamed as the killer who had to have shot from the rear. Okay, and then you had 3 cartridges left on the 6th floor sniper's nest, framing Oswald. 3 spent cartridges, 3 shots. But a bystander, James Tague, who was standing on the far side of Dealey Plaza, the south side, was nicked in the cheek by a bullet that missed. So now all the damage done to Kennedy, Connolly had to be done with only 2 shots, all from the rear. So there were real problems with the evidence. People who saw other shooters were ignored. Crime scene was being destroyed almost from the beginning. Clint Hill, the Secret Service agent who ran up to the back of the limousine, managed to get onto the back handhold and climbed onto the footrest just as the 3rd shot hit. And the shot threw Kennedy back into the left. It hit a frame 320 in the Zapruder film. Shot that hit in the temple, blew out the back of his head. Clint Hill was splattered with JFK's brain matter on the left rear side of the limousine. The inboard officer was hit by JFK's brain and matter. And a piece of the Kennedy skull, the Harper fragment, flew onto the lawn on the other side of the grassy knoll. Jackie Kennedy comes out and picks up a piece of Jack Kennedy's brain from the left rear of the trunk. This is clearly a frontal shot from the grassy knoll. And so now the lies begin. So if we go now to Butler, again, the security lapses are enormous. You've got these warehouse buildings, which are in 450 feet of where the stage is going to be, which is ample room for a shot from a high-powered rifle today, an AR-15, and yet they're not secured. You've got a water tower. You've got in the pre-entry, snipers already identified 30 minutes before coming into the grounds. You know, it's seen but not apprehended. Gets lost in the crowd. Shows up again on the roof. They don't hold the event until they find this guy. Let Trump onto the stage. The snipers from the Secret Service acquire the target perhaps several minutes before the shooter is allowed to shoot. And in fact, at least for 3 minutes, they're given instructions not to shoot the sniper until he fires the first shot. Okay, and then there's all kinds of other discrepancies that show up. I mean, the sniper turns out to have foreign accounts, into multiple cell phones, who drove his van, how did he get a ladder in through security. There's a water tower that there may have been a second shooter. You know, one of the FBI high officials is sitting as this woman directly behind Trump. She's filming it. She doesn't look like she's doing anything to stop the assassination. You know, you have Donald Trump's social being shorted the day before the assassination by some knowledgeable sources. You've got Representative Clyburn saying everything's going to change on Sunday. What does he mean by that? Did he have pre-knowledge? So, I mean, it's almost like a pattern of willful, intentional neglect to create the opportunity for a shot to occur. And then when you see the circus that was going on, I mean, first of all, you have Jill Biden requesting the detail that's with Trump usually, They are all now gone to guard Joe Biden. You've got these women Secret Service agents who appear to be, not particularly well trained. Trump's a big man. These are women who would have a hard time really controlling him. One of them who appears to be certainly LGBT identified and DEI can't even holster her pistol as she's trying to do it. They don't seem to be very well organized or trained. They don't respond immediately. Trump's the one who ducks and puts himself out of danger. And then when the Secret Service gets them, they stand them up. How do you know there's not another shooter? They should be ducking him down and getting him out of there completely out of sight. And can these women really handle someone like Trump? I mean, the entire thing doesn't fit together. Why weren't these warehouse buildings secured? Why wasn't that water tower secured? How did the snipers acquire the target? Why weren't they permitted on their own discretion to take out anyone suspicious? How did this kid get into the yard in what appears to have been kind of, dressed to be an assassin? How did he get his weapon in there? How did he get the ladder in there? Oh, excuse me, I just want to bring my ladder in here so I can climb up to the top of this building and maybe I'll shoot the president. Is that okay? You want to help me with my ladder? So again, there's so many breaches here and so many questions being asked. And every day we're finding out new information that comes out that questions the official narrative. So when the official narrative begins to break down, and again, it did with JFK. 2 shots were all. So now they got to invent the single bullet theory to explain how Kennedy's hit in the back of the head and bullet comes through his neck and then hits Connolly. Well, that's not credible to begin with. Yeah. That's kind of a silly idea. It's pristine bullet 399 that has probably less lead missing that was left in Connolly's body, that removed, to save his life. All these discrepancies in the government. The story that fits together is the one we tell in the final analysis. Kennedy was hit from the front. Government had a problem. They knew that. They had a cover story with a lying cover story. The deep state was involved and complicit in the assassination. The Secret Service was intentionally stood down, intentionally not allowed to do its job. So a kill zone could be created and the president driven through the kill zone. And then when the evidence of the crime didn't fit the lying story to frame the patsy, the government actually did pre-autopsy surgery of Jack Kennedy's skull to alter the wounds before the autopsy began that night at Bethesda. And that's recorded in the 2 Secret Service agents who attended the autopsy said that it was pre-autopsy surgery. In fact, we documented that very thoroughly in our book, and you can see that before the autopsy began at 8 o'clock that evening, November 22nd, 1963, Jack Kennedy appeared in the morgue at 6:30 that evening in a shipping casket, a body bag. The doctors proceeded to take a surgical saw. The photographs that have emerged from the pre-autopsy surgery, you can actually see the straight line cuts removing the parietal bone, the bone at the top of JFK's skull. And that's an obvious surgery, not a bullet wound. And so therefore, you've got a government that's lying with a, Jim Carrey Truman Show, because they wanted to kill the president. They killed the president, and now they've got problems with the evidence, so they alter the evidence and lie.
Yeah.
And that's, when this starts, we're today is, we're not even a week from the assassination attempt, and already there's so many holes in the government story that's looking like Swiss cheese. And and you're wondering, this DEI woman who is running it and selecting people by their gender and their race rather than their competence. You want somebody protecting the president of the United States whose first qualification is their excellence with security. not the fact that their gender's the right gender.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out why a 20-year-old boy would have 3 encrypted international bank accounts. To me, my first thought is, did someone pay him off? My second thought is was this young man being blackmailed for something, and now he's being put up? And then, as you mentioned so articulately, there were 2 really perfect shots through trees to President Trump's head, one from the warehouse, one from the water tower. And now you've got 10 different witnesses, not family members, not friends, just 10 different people coming forward to the authorities saying, we saw someone on the water tower when the shots were happening. And there's even a kind of a grainy video of a shadow coming around. The shots are heard, and then it disappears. I don't know. What are your thoughts on the international bank accounts, all of that?
Well, again, it doesn't fit together. I mean, Lee Harvey Oswald had an intelligence background. He defected to Russia, but it appears to have been, now from what we now know, he was being tracked by the CIA. He was probably in the defector program that they were running in that period of the 1960s to try to get intelligence out of Russia. And so therefore he was probably an operative. That's probably what we'll find out in the documents that have yet to be released. But the point is that Lee Harvey Oswald was known to the CIA. He wasn't some lone nut case that was a nobody that was trying to kill the president to make something out of himself. There was no real good explanation of why he wanted to kill Kennedy. He had a history of hating Kennedy. And so therefore the framing of the situation didn't make sense. Oswald comes to a Texas school book depository to get extracted. In the middle of the day, it's almost empty. He sits next to somebody, nothing happens. He moves, sits next to the next guy. It's almost like he was looking for a contact to get out of there. And so all of this behavior is not consistent with him being the lone gun assassin, but makes him more of what he said he was a patsy. Well, in this case, we don't know anything about this kid because, like Oswald, he was killed. And so, but all the facts we're finding out don't tie together very neatly, because where did he get the ladder? Who drove the van there? How did he get up on that roof? That roof supposedly had agents inside the building. Why weren't they hearing somebody up? It was said, first of all, we didn't have an agent up there because it was too steep an angle on that roof. Well, that's ridiculous. You can certainly secure an agent up there. It wasn't too steep an angle for the shooter. And, what's a top FBI official doing sitting immediately behind Trump, dispassionately filming and not reacting, not trying to stop the assassination?
Was she trying to get the view from behind? Boom.
I mean, it's like, did she know in advance this was going on? Is that why she was sitting there? You don't usually have Secret Service or FBI agents taking up prestige seats in a rally. Did anybody know she was an FBI agent? She was identified later. And so all of these aspects of it make you think it was intentionally willful negligence, that they saw kill sites that were potential that should have been secured and put into the perimeter, a security perimeter, not excluded from the security perimeter, and ignored, which is what happened. You got snipers who were evidently very capable of killing this kid or whomever, and they're told to stand down until the sniper shoots. I mean, let the sniper take the first shot. That doesn't make it. And they let the president go on stage when you've got all these indications that somebody is there who doesn't belong there. So it's the whole thing doesn't fit together. So when the government story starts collapsing immediately, And you can begin seeing this in many of the things. We're coming to the realization, I think, increasingly that a government lies. And the government's into these lying memes, these lying narratives. So, we're watching 9/11 and somebody's being interviewed on tape, and building 7 goes down behind the person being interviewed and hasn't been hit by an airplane. Well, how did that happen? We sent all the U.S. troops to Iraq in 1991 because Colin Powell says Saddam Hussein's got weapons of mass destruction. Well, why didn't we find any? We got a bad flu in 2021 that is made into a pandemic. Doesn't seem to have mortality figures greater than normal flus. We get a vaccine that doesn't prevent you from getting the disease. In fact, may itself be dangerous. And again, we're all told it's safe, effective, proven, reliable. So, the government lies, and this deep state desire for power and hatred of Trump is similar to the hatred the military-industrial complex had towards JFK, who did not want to go to war in the Berlin Missile Crisis. He said he worked on a solution with Khrushchev that did not involve war, and he engaged in the Test Ban Treaty to get peaceful coexistence with Russia. And Curtis LeMay and the military wanted to go to war in the Cuban Missile Crisis. They wanted to go to war in Vietnam. Kennedy had signed an order we were not going to war in Vietnam. That was not in their plans. So all these things show that the deep state has been in control, and that they decide to kill a president or presidential candidate, and they have control over these agencies like this Secret Service, and can create a intelligence operation, black operation, and lie about it and get away with it with a press that won't investigate. We're in a very dangerous situation.
Yeah. Let me throw something out to you, Doctor, that I read just this morning.
Yes.
1/3 of all Democrat Americans believe Trump faked this assassination, that the whole thing from start to finish was staged in order to get sympathy votes.
Well, there's what they call in psychology a confirmation bias. In other words, you tend to believe a story which reinforces your prior belief. So if they hate Trump, they have to assume that Trump is engineering his own assassination attempt. And that story makes sense, even though it's logically ridiculous. I mean, what is he, puncture his ear with, his ear was bleeding when he went up to touch it. He didn't do anything to cause that ear to be bleeding. So did he have somebody off stage who was trained just to hit him in the ear so it would bleed, and then he's going to fall to the ground? Now he's got a staged event. It just doesn't make sense. It's an hysterical psychological attempt to refuse to accept evidence that's obvious in front of you. I mean, there's even one of the very high speed photographs that shows the bullet coming at Trump. And it's clear that in turning his head the way he turned it, it clipped his ear. And the reaction is not a staged reaction. Trump is in pain. He feels the ear's got blood. He gets down. I mean, this is not the way you are acting if you're staging your own attempted assassination. And besides, who would do that? I mean, you stage an assassination where you might actually get killed, actually firing bullets, or is this all just are they assuming this is just, they're the ones who are assuming that the narrative is a false narrative created to favor Trump? So this is an act, it's a show. Well, the act and show may be on the part of the deep state, not on the part of Trump himself. And certainly all the reactions of Trump, the people who were there, killing of a bystander, the fire officer, 2 others seriously wounded. There was a shooting. And there were people killed. 1 guy was killed from the shooting. 2 others were seriously injured. Trump was injured. You can hear the flurry of shots. Evidently, a sniper took out the shooter on the roof with one shot at a good distance. Well, that could why did he do that earlier? So all these things don't add up, and certainly is not adding up to say it was a staged event that Trump did to gain sympathy. That's
Yeah,
just
if you were gonna do that, wouldn't you say, hey, don't shoot me in the head, shoot my shoulder, shoot my arm, like
Right,
I'm a big guy. I'm literally like 6'4". I'm not a small person.
Right.
Shoot and don't shoot the shoulder by the heart.
Right.
Shoot the shoulder or something, but like aim for the back of my head and I'll move just at the last minute like a magician.
It's ridiculous. I mean, the shot hitting your ear is within a quarter of an inch of going right through your brain. I mean, it was a miracle that he wasn't killed.
Yeah, I like how they went from dang, we're sorry they missed to he faked it.
Yeah, I mean,
that was in 24 hours they shifted.
Well, it's this hate Trump syndrome is irrational and is not based in any foundation of who Trump is, and any event that occurs is interpreted to be negative to Trump, and assuming that Trump is, not who he says he is, that he's staging things for effect, that he's really a tyrant, he's really all these horrible things they've said about Trump, which do not have to, they don't have to have a basis in reality to a true believer. A true believer is prepared to accept the information that reinforces what they already believe. And that's where the divisions in the country are so strong that, they prefer to have a president who is obviously suffering signs of senior dementia, whether it's, a disease or whether it's just senior dementia. Perhaps it's Parkinson's, we don't know yet. But it's clear that Joe Biden, this is like the Democrats are almost saying they'd like to have a weekend with Bernie president. The guy's dead, but you can reactivate him through AI and make him look like he's alive and have him say what you want to say. So I guess for Obama, who would want a third term, this would be the perfect president. So, these are these things that you can concoct on either side. Now, what's real is that Biden is suffering a mental incapacity. And what's real is that there was shooting going on in Butler, Pennsylvania. People were killed and injured. And that shooting is not a staged event. It's not a Shakespeare play where Caesar pretended to be killed. This was an attempt to kill Caesar. And it is obvious that that's what it was. But the fact is that it doesn't fit together. And when it doesn't fit together, as an investigator, at least there's a lie. I might not know what the lie is to start with. You might not know who's lying or why. But when the government starts putting out information that is this easily questioned or discredited, well, the people standing in the field saying, there's a shooter up there. Well, I don't know why they just didn't run over there and try to catch him themselves. Or try to get authorities to do it, rather than just cause a commotion. Why, until all these issues were settled, they didn't say this to Trump, we're going to wait a few minutes here and put you on stage until we get this situation under control. There may be a shooter loose here. There's a suspect here we have identified that we don't want in this crowd. Till we find that person, you're not going anywhere right now. Yeah. And by the way, we don't have this junior varsity team of women who were not particularly experienced presidential details be the ones responsible for saving Donald Trump's life. I mean, they're bumbling around or running into each other. I mean, they couldn't grab a hold of Donald Trump. They couldn't holster their weapons. I mean, they looked more like they were concerned about their appearance and the fact that they were Secret Service agents and that they were truly competent to do security details. And, I'm not saying everybody who's a successful Secret Service agent has to look like a big burly guy who's a tough guy. And, that may not be the right person either, but there are certain characteristics you're going to have if you're going to be in security. And being a woman may be a detriment just given size and strength. And these are realities. But now you get perhaps differences between men and women are like overlapping normal distributions. You could probably find some women who do quite well as Secret Service, but they're going to be in the extreme end of how women are physically, in terms of to have the strength and the stamina and the ability to do this kind of rigorous duty. And for men, there's going to be much more towards the normal end of the scale. They're just physical realities. And then there's also the reality of you don't put the B team on the president.
Yeah.
He is former president, not just a candidate. And, Jill Biden is admittedly the first lady, but she's not nearly in the same category of security importance than a former president who's a current candidate. And why would you shift the security team at the last minute away from Trump?
Yeah.
So, especially with the history, and I mean, the timing in my Kennedy book, which is raising these issues in JFK, making it abundantly clear that this was a massive Secret Service failure. And then we have Butler, PA, and it's another massive, there's no way the Secret Service comes out of this looking good.
Yeah.
They didn't do their job. They acted like Keystone Cops. They're giving orders that are incomprehensible. They're not securing a perimeter which is obviously needed of being secured. And so therefore, the temptation to think this is willful and trying to create an opportunity for kill zone is something that now suddenly we can't say it's that way for certain. We can say now it certainly merits investigation.
Yeah, I agree. Let me switch gears with you. It's come out that as soon as Sunday, Joe Biden may be stepping away from his reelection campaign, that he would step down, return his delegates, call for the DNC to host mini debates, like a mini, everybody gets to show their best side. But I'm also reading that he has no plans of endorsing Kamala Harris, which I believe may irritate a large block of their voters. What are your thoughts on this? Do you have any info that he might be stepping down?
Well, I mean, it's certainly being rumored and pushed, including by Nancy Pelosi indirectly. If you listen to Biden, he's saying that he wants to run even more intensely, having heard Trump's acceptance speech. So Biden is not signaling this. It's people around him who are signaling that they know that he's going to step down, but I don't think anybody's told Biden he's going to step down, certainly not from what Biden's saying. And Biden, his inner core is strongly supportive. Biden, I think, may be delusional, but he thinks he can still beat Trump. And the Democrats have a problem. If you remember in 1972, when George McGovern was nominated for president during the Vietnam War, and he picked Thomas Eagleton, for his running mate, very successfully, thought this was going to be a great running mate. Well, it comes out a couple of days later that Thomas Eagleton had shock therapy. So they have to replace him. They have a mini convention. They get Sergeant Shriver to be the new running mate for McCarthy, and it's chaos. This shifting in the middle, this deciding in the campaign's already that suddenly, well, we don't want Biden anymore. Well, the campaign's already in disarray. And secondly, what they're worried about, let's just look at different scenarios. One is that they don't want to lose. They're willing to have their campaign be a train wreck and try to get it back on the tracks, which is hard to do. And so therefore, there's different scenarios. He may not resign tomorrow or this weekend. He might resign at the convention. They might say, well, let's have a slate of candidates. Okay, there's lots of different options. But if Biden is not complicit in this, if they don't get him to agree, they're going to have to use the 25th Amendment, and then Kamala is president. Now, that's another problem, and they don't really want Kamala going into the convention as president. They'd rather have Biden, I think, say, I'll step down at the convention, and then you can have a slate of people, and you can decide, who you want to be the candidate. Now, Michelle Obama would probably be the strongest contender, but does Michelle want to risk her political future if she thinks she has one on a campaign that's in this much disarray? We've got questions: is Biden going to release the money? How do you reorganize the campaign theme? You've got all these things printed that say Biden, Harris. We're going to throw those all out, and we're going to print new ones. How are we going to message and explain this to the people? This again, they say, well, suddenly everybody's going to forget about Biden and just jump with enthusiasm on Hillary or on Michelle or Newsom. I mean, that's a long shot. These people have not been vetted this time around. They didn't go through primaries. We don't know whether Michelle really has an appetite for this. She says she doesn't. Now, whether that's because she just wants to be, acclamation, please, Michelle, you've got to save the party. We don't know what her strategy is. But whomever steps into this role is taking a risk. Now, another scenario, let's say the Democrats plan to steal the election. That I'm not saying they stole 2020. I'm just saying they're planning that, they can have a few extra votes if they need it. Well, if Biden is so distant in the polling, and you are planning to do voting fraud, I'm not saying they are, but let's just run the scenarios hypothetical, where you don't want Biden with this much of a disparity in the polls from Trump, because nobody's going to believe he just surged at the end. So you got to have a candidate who can poll better in order to pull off anything you're planning to do at the end. So there are nefarious forces within the Democratic Party willing to do this. They're going to want to replace Biden now. But yet you've got to convince Michelle that it's worth the risk. She could, run all chances she has in the future by stepping in here when, the play's coming into the final act and you haven't even introduced yourself on stage in this round. You're betting on your celebrity status. Just so, we all want Michelle and acclamation. And now look, it took Obama a long time to build his star status. He started in 2004 with giving one of the early speeches endorsing John Kerry at the 2004 Democratic Convention in Massachusetts, where he said, we're all Americans. We're not not the Black Americans. We're all Americans. And that began to set his stage as a unifier, and the image they created for Obama, which I think was totally a lie and manufacturer. I think he was always a Marxist. I've written about that when I wrote the book, The Obama Nation, in 2008. But the point is, a lot of politics are optics. The Democrats right now are way behind on the optics. And they're going to have a convention which is not a united front, which could be a convention in which the public gets to see them all argue with each other. And they come out of the convention with the losers hating the winners and then trying to go forward running a campaign. And they've got bad messaging to begin with, because even if they get rid of Biden, we've got a war raging. Trump's acceptance speech was very effective in saying, I left a world of peace, we got a world of war. Got Ukraine at war. It could become a expanded direct war with Russia. It could become nuclear. We've got Gaza and, the Hamas, Hezbollah in the wings, Taiwan, China going to move on Taiwan. The economy, despite Bidenomics, people are suffering from inflation. The middle class is getting pounded. People know this. We've got millions of immigrants in here who are taking the jobs, and we're not assimilating them very fast. I mean, every policy that, EVs, electric vehicles. Well, the cars showrooms are filled with EVs that nobody wants. They built like 7 plug-in stations. They didn't build 250,000 of them. So the whole thing, every one of the policies that the
To kill some news for a
Biden's
moment.
tried to implement turned out to be a disaster.
I'm waiting for Beatles to get back to me real quick. Because I can tell that they did something here in the mail-in vote. Because the Democrat and nonpartisan time, again, run in perfect sync. The problem is that there's so many records and there's so many elections in this cast vote record that I really don't have any way of... It's not like I can go through them one at a time. Ballot style by ballot style by ballot style, election day early and mail-in, and figure out what exactly it is. Like, if you look here, I have 249 columns, right? So that's probably like 80 races in the primaries. So it's not exactly clear. We need a county-wide race. I don't know if they have one. I mean, you do have... Yeah, there's no county-wide race. Like, that's the problem. I think maybe the closest thing we have... Of course, the Senate race is county-wide, but... They're not going to interfere with a Senate race like this because it's a primaries, closed primaries. So, I mean, they will, but they won't. I mean, like, it's not going to be their priority. We got to find what their heart really desired here. So maybe I'm thinking Regent and State Board of Education. Maybe Las Vegas mayor, no? What the fuck? The hell is this? Oh my god. Anyway. Let me kill some noobs. It's like, it's not clear, I mean, like, what it is like they wanted to do here. Yeah, the mail-in timing is fucked. But for, like, for what reason is it fucked? You know what I mean? Which one of these 10,000 elections, right, is it fucked for? Maybe this one. So a guy with no picture won? That's interesting.
Complete. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. Process complete. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. minerals. We require more 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 minerals. We require. We require more minerals. Mutation complete. Metamorphosis complete. We require more minerals. 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 Mutation complete. require more minerals. We require... We require more minerals. We require more minerals. Mutation complete. Mutation complete. Minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. minerals. We require more minerals. We We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We mutation complete.
Alright, so what we're going to do is check the sigma value again on the mail-in timing, this time of Clark. We're also going to do a precinct level simulation. I'm going to just kill a couple of noobs before we do that. I was on the phone a lot here, on and off, talking to people, so... You know, the question is, why are we doing this if we're not going to go to court on... if we're not going to court. So I need to make sure that we're going to court, otherwise I'm not doing this, okay? I have better shit to do if we're not going to court. Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton. He doesn't.
We require more minerals. Mutation complete. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more more minerals. Metamorphosis complete. We require not enough energy. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. Metamorphosis complete. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require unacceptable command. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. minerals. We require more minerals. We require. We require more minerals. Metamorphosis complete. Mutation complete. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. Mutation complete. Mutation complete. We require more minerals. We require more minerals.
Imagine my two teammates who have less damage dealt and taken than both of me combined are so bad at the game, even though we won, that they're telling me that I don't know what I'm doing, but I have twice their damage dealt and taken. Like, this is how fucking retarded people are, dude. Look, he didn't leave the game right away. He was looking at it, too. He's realized, like, what a doofus he is. You know what it is? It's like the Dunning-Kruger effect, you know what I mean? Like, people that are so bad, they don't even realize how bad they are at something, you know what I mean? And then they think that you're the one that's wrong. It's absolutely fucking amazing. What's up, Shadow? Alright, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to simulate this election as soon as I make my coffee. Okay? I'm closing off the video games for the night. And what we have to do... Same way we did the election day simulation, okay? We want to open up the mail-in vote. And all I want to know is... well, I have to open up the simulation page. Okay? It's basically the same thing. So, I have the instructions that I wrote here yesterday. Yeah, I'm going to put on that coffee. I'll be right back. Hopefully Timcast has something on too, so we can actually listen to something in the background. Let's see if Timcast had anything on tonight worth watching. Is today like some sort of fucking weird holiday? Like, I haven't seen much news on. What?
With TD Complete Checking, Gina's ready to live her best life.
At our disposal now, unless and until.
So what happened? Soros sent out Antifa and BLM because he doesn't want Kamala either?
Joe Biden's alive. Yeah, he was seen getting out of a car and boarding a plane. So he is alive. And I kind of have that normalcy bias, like I expected it. But considering we've been through, I guess, like a couple dozen unprecedented historical moments.
Yeah.
I thought it was possible that he just never shows up again. He didn't really speak, though, so, you know, it is what it is. We'll talk about that. Kamala Harris has secured the nomination, at least in essence.
I'll be right back. I had a funny feeling. I don't know. I had the same feeling Tim did. I'm like, I don't know. Maybe they're planning his fucking funeral right now. I felt like they were trying to. It felt like they were trying to assassinate Biden and then say he died from COVID or something. I feel like that they would have done that too if they had managed to get Trump as well, and then they could have just put some random person for the Democrat and Republican nominee, and then they wouldn't have to rig the election because they just put two deep state assholes in either party, and they wouldn't care who wins, you know. I'll be right back. So we're going to do a mail simulation here. Clark County mail simulation. We're going to do this at a precinct level, okay? Because I want to see if I get red, green, blue doing the tongue twister over there, the way they're doing it. I don't think I will. That's very hard to believe, right? So, like, the early vote here you see looks like, you know, something normal. Red, green, and blue just, you know, crisscrossing all over the fucking place. You know what I mean? Green is also the smallest sample size, so it's expected to behave a little weird compared to red and blue. Red and blue pretty much stick to that 45-degree line. But here, if you can see the green line, I have to fucking zoom in for you to see that green line. Maybe it pops out here a little bit, but then it runs straight into Democrat time. You can't even tell the difference. You can't even see that there's a green line there for most of the chart. So there's obviously something wrong there. So we have to investigate that. We have to do our due diligence here. All right, I'll be right back. All right, so let's go ahead and get the simulation started. Let's put on Timcast and get started, okay?
Calling herself the presumptive nominee. She's got enough delegates pledged to support her. She's winning the prediction markets, but she may not get access to Joe Biden's funds because I believe Trump's campaign, Republicans and Democrats are arguing you cannot transfer funding from Joe Biden's donations to her. So all the Biden HQ donations might get refunded to their donors, which could be big. And then, of course, we've got the big funny story. Black Lives Matter slams the DNC for installing Kamala Harris. And why this is oh so funny is that Joy Reid is basically saying, if you don't vote for Kamala Harris, you ain't black. She didn't say it literally like that, but that's basically what she's saying. So we'll talk about that. Plus, we're going to talk about the lawsuit against New York for interfering in the election. The Supreme Court has ordered them to answer, and we've got the AG actually here with us. So before we get started, my friends, head over to castbrew.com to buy coffee. Delicious Cast Brew coffee. When you buy Cast Brew, you're supporting our show. With Ian here, I got to say, Ian's Graphene Dream is quickly becoming one of the more popular blends that we have.
Good. Have you had it?
I haven't had it, but we're getting incredible feedback. People love the low acidity coffee. Appalachian Nights, of course, is everybody's favorite. So if you want to support the show, you can buy our coffee over at castbrew.com. But also, head over to timcast.com, click Join Us, become a member to support our work directly. And you'll get access to the members-only uncensored show coming up at 10 p.m. where you as members get to call in to talk to us and our guests, join the show. And as a member, you're making all of this possible. We can't do this without you guys as members. You basically fuel the whole operation. So if you think the show is good and you want it to keep going, timcast.com, click Join Us, become a member. But also don't forget to smash the like button, subscribe to this channel, share the show with all of your friends. Joining us tonight to talk about this and everything else is Attorney General Andrew Bailey.
Thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Do you want to just give a quick introduction to, who you are and what you do?
Yeah, man, I'm the Attorney General for the state of Missouri, and so I represent the state and the people of the state. We're the law firm for the state of Missouri, and we've done a lot of work since I've been in office, not only protecting Missouri consumers against fraudulent business practices and prosecuting criminals. We removed the Soros-backed prosecutor in the city of St. Louis who was refusing to do her job. It's the first time a state attorney general has taken legal action against a Soros-backed prosecutor. We've increased criminal prosecution statewide by 133%. So real tangible results. We're from the Show Me State, results matter. And we've taken on the Biden administration. I mean, more than 50 lawsuits against the Biden administration and the federal overreach that we see coming out of Washington, D.C. right now. There's no sanction in the United States Constitution for an unelected fourth branch of government. And so using lawsuits to assert state sovereignty and push back against that federal overreach when you've got that alphabet soup of bureaucratic agencies infringing on our rights, it's really critical to the work we do. One of the most important lawsuits I filed is our lawsuit against the state of New York to stop
I'm a big fan.
Rogue prosecutor and collusive judiciary from hijacking our national election. I'll tell you, this lawfare against President Trump is poisoning our democratic process. We're using every tool at our disposal to fight back.
Right on. Thanks for hanging out. We got Ian hanging out.
Yeah, geez. Speaking of poisoning, I wonder if Biden was poisoned. We'll talk about that on the show tonight. It just crossed my mind last night that maybe he was. I don't know. But shout out to Cast Brew. I love the Graphene Dream. I got to always remind myself it's not low caffeine, it's just low acid. So I'm still getting wired when I drink that stuff, but I had some about 5:30.
You can't have extra.
Have you had it yet?
No, I haven't. I really want to try it because I had never heard of low acidity coffee, but it seems like it makes sense. People would probably love it for digestion, enamel, things like that.
Less inflammation.
Yeah.
It's great, but you still got to watch that caffeine intake. Love you. Get it at castbrew.com.
I'm Hannah Claire Brimble. I'm a writer for SCNR.com, the Scanner News. Check out all their work at Timcast News. Why don't we get started?
Here we go. We got the first story from SCNR.com. BLM, Black Lives Matter, pans DNC as party of hypocrites for installing VP Harris as Democratic nominee. We do not live in a dictatorship. Delegates are not oligarchs. I have tremendous respect for whoever took over that Twitter account, that X account, and is calling out the DNC for doing exactly what we've been calling him out for. We have this thread from Black Lives Matter on X, verified account. How many followers they got? 1 million followers. Sunday, Joe Biden drops out. Kamala announces campaign with Biden endorsement. Kamala says she's going to work hard to earn the nomination. Kamala makes calls to party delegates Monday. Kamala Harris continues making calls to party delegates. Kamala Harris makes 2 public speeches. The Associated Press announces Kamala Harris has secured enough delegates to be the nominee by Monday night. Kamala releases a statement noting she has worked hard to go out and earn this nomination as promised. A 24-hour process of talking to party bosses is not democratic, nor is it a process Democrats should be proud of. We do not live in a dictatorship. Delegates are not oligarchs. Installing Kamala Harris as the Democratic nominee and an unknown vice president without any public voting process would make the modern Democratic Party a party of hypocrites. We call on the DNC to create a process that allows for public participation in the nomination process, not just a nomination by party delegates. Hear, hear, Black Lives Matter. And I want to say this. We were just at the RNC, the Republican National Convention, and it was a whole lot of fun. Had a cheeseburger with a gluten-free bun. How about that? And many people asked if we're going to be at the Democratic National Convention, to which I said absolutely not, because I've grown quite fond of living. I do not want to go to the DNC where it's going to be violent and chaotic. Several people asked me, why would the DNC be more chaotic than the RNC? Wouldn't the left protest the right? Absolutely not. There were some protesters. They stood outside, they waved little flags, and they complained, and they said Donald Trump should be in prison, and we said, okay, and that was it. The DNC is the door for the far-left extremists. The far-left protesting the RNC is basically them trying to scale the Great Wall and to break their way in. That's an absurdity. The Democratic Party, however, is a door guarded by a few party elites that they feel they can break down. Now that Kamala Harris is trying to play the I just get to be the nominee game, and the progressive far left wing, especially with that protest we saw in D.C. of the anti-Israel groups taking over, these people are not going to accept this. So it's going to be a brokered convention. And just like in 1968, it will be a brokered convention. And they also expect it is going to be bedlam outside.
What's a brokered convention?
There's no stated so normally in a primary process, everybody votes. The delegates from the area where the vote takes place are pledged to support the person people voted for, kind of like the Electoral College. So you've got like 5 delegates in one area, and they say everybody votes for Joe Biden. Those delegates are loyal to Biden. They show up at the convention, and they cast their vote. A brokered convention, they can do whatever they want. There's no nominee. So Kamala Harris calls up all these delegates and says, you're going to vote for me? And they said, you got it. And she publicly announces, I've got the nomination. So the far left is not going to have it.
Right. It deters anyone else from challenging her. It was amazing to me how quickly everyone sort of got in line behind Kamala Harris, who, let's remember, was a farther left option who did not make it very far when she ran her own presidential campaign. But it's like of the 47 Democrats in the Senate, 45 had already thrown out endorsements for her. One of the only ones who hadn't, well, one was Bob Menendez, who's going to resign has resigned, and he was found guilty, so he's kind of in an outward position, anyways. But then also it's John Tester from Montana, who probably can't come out and endorse Harris because he's in a state that is likely going to get flipped. I mean, there's a very serious belief that will become a Republican seat. And then in the House, it's like, I think in total I have 192 people have already endorsed, of like 212 have endorsed Harris. I mean, they just fell in line so quickly, including Chuck Schumer, who waited 48 hours and then said, now that the process has played out, we're going to endorse Harris, which is like, what process?
And you see when he clapped for himself and nobody clapped?
Yeah, it was
like Kamala won, and then no one clapped.
It's like, oh, okay, I'm clapping.
On my drive over here, I was like, okay, this is the party that's been screaming about protecting democracy. We have to stop the threat to democracy. Then a candidate gets installed. And I see people posting about how grateful they are that a candidate got installed, threatening the democratic process for the people that are afraid of the threat to democracy.
There were complaints in 2016 when Hillary Clinton, it seemed like the process was rigged in 2016. And so then to be reliving that.
Seemed like.
Yeah, I mean, it clearly was rigged in 2016. And yeah, I mean, this is even worse. I mean, at least that played out over a primary season. And here it's like this bait and switch where there have been primaries and caucuses for Biden. And then, like you said, overnight, turn of a switch. I think it is.
I think it was the plan.
Yeah, I mean.
Because you look at 2016, we know that there were a series of, let's just call them awkward moments. And I'll clarify this too, rigged. Of course, the far left and the media is going to attack that by making the claim that we're saying Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton went behind closed doors and shifted votes. No. The media was colluding. The party officials were working to the greatest extent imaginable to block Bernie Sanders. We know that, like, Hillary Clinton was given the questions in advance by, I think it was Donna Brazile. I could be wrong. It's been a long time.
Donna Brazile.
Yeah, and then you had the WikiLeaks emails that got, WikiLeaks released the emails, and we saw great party collusion to block Bernie Sanders, the popular Democratic choice. Once again in 2020, all these candidates unite against Bernie Sanders, endorse Joe Biden to shift all those votes. And I think the reason they did this structure, keeping Joe Biden as long as possible, was to block any other grassroots contender, because let's be real, RFK Jr. would be the Democratic nominee were it not for this game they played. Kamala Harris could not get a single, she didn't get a single delegate. Not one. She drops out in disgrace, and now she's the nominee? By what metric should she be the nominee? Black Lives Matter, bravo for calling her out. But I'll say it, Chicago is going to be, let's just pray for our friends and families in Chicago.
I've been praying for Donald Trump, to be honest, for his safety and his health, because if something were to happen to him, I'm like wargaming in my mind, who would become the Republican nominee? Would it be Vivek? Would it be J.D. Vance at this point? Would it be Nikki Haley? And then she's more salvageable than Kamala, and then we get Nikki Haley and Pompeo as the president VP, and then they take us into war with Iran. Like,
real quick, what do you mean salvageable? Do you mean like she'll be worse than?
No, like more palatable, I guess is a better word.
I see. Okay,
Nikki Haley would be more palatable than this girl who got no delegates in her first attempt when she was her campaign was completely sunk in like a 3-minute diatribe by Tulsi Gabbard talking about her record in California, imprisoning, like keeping people in prison for slave labor.
Yep.
Arresting people. I don't know what
It was an amazing moment from Tulsi Gabbard when she was
really highly recommend watching that clip again. But I pray for
pull that
Trump's
clip
safety.
up. We'll play it in a little bit.
And for a legitimate process right now.
Yeah, dripping with irony that the left continues to attack our democratic processes while screaming about being the sacred guardians of democracy.
Right now, you've got Donald Trump, who is chosen for the Republican Party by popular mandate. They held a primary process. Nikki Haley was involved. Vivek Ramaswamy was involved. You had Ron DeSantis. That was a real primary. In the early days of the primary, I remember when we were in Des Moines, Iowa, Vivek was legitimately like, I want to win. Nikki Haley is running. We were hoping Vivek would beat Nikki Haley, but we still wanted Trump to win. And the people voted and said, we want Donald Trump. And there you go. Vivek bows out and has now taken an amazing role. I don't know what his official role is. He's working with Trump or whatever, but he's been very active in Republican Party politics. He's been speaking at many conventions.
And he's buying up BuzzFeed. I mean, he is really committed to what he said he was going to do, which is he wanted to change culture. I think that's commendable.
Even Nikki Haley has now endorsed Donald Trump. So they're all lining up saying, look, this is the people's choice. The Democrats are doing the opposite. And they're just like, you don't get to say. Your choice was Joe Biden because that's the only person we allowed. We ousted RFK Jr. Now Biden's leaving because he's infirm, and we're telling you it's Kamala. It is the Democratic Party, anti-democratic, calling the party with actual democratic voting processes fascists.
One of the there's like less than I think there are 12 members of Congress, less than 20, that have not. They've released statements on Biden leaving, but they haven't endorsed Kamala Harris, and one of them is Rashida Tlaib, and she's like the Palestinian American elected official. And so I think there are actually more people who would have liked to see other options, and there is probably pressure coming internally, like fall in line, do what we say, otherwise we will potentially not support you in your race for re-election.
Yeah. AG, you're voting for Trump, I'd imagine?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I'm curious about, like, the pressure in the party, because I know for a long time you have this split. You have Republicans who despise Donald Trump, but it seems like that's mostly shifted away as many members of the party at the higher level, like people who have been in elected office for a long time, have begun to accept that the people think he's the right choice.
Yeah.
Have you felt pressure from any groups to be like, like early on with DeSantis, we don't want Trump? Or has it been fairly easy to just say, look, I want to vote for Trump?
I mean, it's always been easy for me. I was the first statewide official to endorse President Trump, and it's because he leads a movement that puts Americans first and has led a movement that has expanded the Republican Party to places it wasn't going to go on its own, and no one else was going to get us there.
Look at this guy. You're voting for Trump, right?
I mean, the jury's out, man. I don't know if I'm going to vote.
He's going to vote for Trump.
But I'll tell you what, I support the democratic process above all.
I mean, it's just we're at this point where a middle-of-the-road person is just like, well, I don't want to choose Kamala, Kamala Kopp, who is appointed. Donald Trump, at least, there's a lot of people who are behind it, but no new wars. I mean, you can throw everything out the window, just say no new wars. Of course, they're going to call Trump a fascist. It's BS.
This whole... this concept, this logic, it's illogical that you need to override the democratic process to protect against the threat to democracy is insanity. Truly the definition of insanity.
Yeah. I mean, they are focused on, they think that the ends justify the means. And that violates basic rule of law principles. It's antithetical to who we are as an American people, as a constitutional democratic republic.
How can people push back against this if they truly believe this is
You know, I think taking action at the convention to the extent, I think that's where people are going to sound off on this. And, you know, at the end of the day, the Democratic Party, like I said, you've had caucuses, you've had primaries. Those people have spoken, and now their voice is being stifled and silenced. This has never been about a process. It's always been about control, to your point.
I'm ready to join some of these protests. I literally don't want to join a leftist protest because they're going to burn things down and hurt innocent people. But I mean, in spirit, from the armchair level, I'm right there with, if Antifa shows up in Chicago to protest the Democratic Party, I support their peaceful endeavors, challenging the party and calling them out. The DNC is as corrupt as they come. It's been this bad since 2016. And what drives me crazy is, I was for Bernie 2015. I was like, you know, Donald Trump seemed like another, to me, he seemed like it was a clown show. I was just like, I don't know what that is. It does not seem real or legitimate. It seems too jokey. Hillary Clinton was, she actively was promoting war with Russia. And now look where we are. And I'm just like, none of these people make any sense. And then comes Bernie Sanders, and he's just some like, he wasn't worth a lot of money at the time. He was advocating for workers' rights. He had a lot in common with Donald Trump. Look, and I mean it. Go back to 2015 and look at the policies they shared. They both hated the Trans-Pacific Partnership. They were in favor of better trade deals for the American worker. Bernie Sanders said no open borders. In 2015, he said that's a Koch brothers proposal because of, and he actually said, my God, if we open the borders, what would happen? They'd all flood this country. Not that I like Bernie now. He's certainly abandoned those principles and shifted completely in that direction. But ultimately, my point is, here we are now. At this point, I'm just like, the Democratic Party ousting him has proven there is no real process there for the people who want to see change. But there are, and what irks me is liberal pundits and personalities saying we approve and accept the party choosing for us. And because we approve it, that's democracy. You never got to vote. You never got to say. And that's why I'm totally out. And so when you mention, Attorney General, that Donald Trump has expanded the party, look at me and many of our guests. You've got libertarian, you got Mises Caucus people now who are saying they're going to be voting for Donald Trump because he has been a popular president.
I think there's huge groups of people, there are huge swaths of this country that feel left out. And Donald Trump has given them a voice. They still love this country. Kitchen table issues matter to them. Donald Trump's the only one talking about those issues. Kamala Harris isn't. And if you feel left out, you feel like you don't have a voice in the process, and you see something like what we've seen over the past 72 hours with Kamala Harris, that exacerbates that problem. And I think that's going to continue to push people back to Donald Trump and the Republican Party.
She said, we were watching Fox, and she's like, I'll put my record up against Trump's anytime. And I was like, what? What did you do? Like, if Joe Biden wants to make claims about his executive orders and the things he's done, like, okay, I guess. Biden has signed executive orders and has advocated. What did Kamala Harris do? She did nothing.
As the borders are, literally.
And she didn't go.
Much.
She didn't go.
There's that interview where they're like, have you been to the border? She says, we've been to the border. And he's like, no, you haven't. She's like, well, I've also never been to Europe. Why is that relevant?
Well, I mean, it's worse. She's like, they keep saying, you know, we've never been to the border. We have been to the border. And he's like, but you haven't. And then she goes, and I haven't been to Europe either.
Yeah, it's nonsensical. The thing about Kamala Harris's campaign that I find fascinating is, and maybe you can unpack this for us, but they're starting to say, well, she was this tough prosecutor, and therefore she can prosecute Donald Trump because he's done all these horrible things, apparently. But she also has to be in a position where she defends the Biden-Harris administration. Remember, they never let us forget that she was there even when they had shuffled her sort of to the personnel background. And so she's trying to run on her legacy as a prosecutor, which I have always heard right and left gets very mixed reviews, and also decide if she's going to stand by Joe Biden and say, I'm finishing the job he started, or if she's going to kind of attack this guy who has now just recommended her. The calculations there must be crazy. Do you think the American public would respond to her as a tough prosecutor?
No, I think she's going to own the failed policies of the Biden administration. People are looking around, and again, it's almost back to school time, and working families are like, how am I going to afford a new backpack and school lunches for my kids? Like, that stuff matters to people. And, the border crisis. I mean, in Missouri alone, we've had 1,100 reported incidences of human trafficking in 1 year. More than 1,500 deaths from fentanyl exposure in 1 year. 43 innocent children who died from fentanyl exposure in 1 year. Those are real harm. So, like, Biden's failures to secure our national sovereignty and his hanging an open sign at the southern border are making Missouri communities less safe. Every state's a border state. I mean, these things, again, they matter to everyday working Americans, and Kamala Harris is going to have to own those things.
While we got you here, I got a question for you that you may be able to actually answer. And I think there was an official statement from Missouri. I don't know if it came from you or what office, but you're familiar with the Help America Vote verification story?
Yeah.
So this is, I've chosen February 17th, 2024 specifically, as it is very large and terrifying numbers. Just some quick context for people to understand. Help America Vote verification is a system so that if someone is trying to register to vote, but they do not have an ID, the DMV, the MVA can submit the name, their birthday, and the last four of their social to the Social Security Administration to check to see if they are in the Social Security database. That way the person can be registered to vote. There have been a lot of concerns as many states, particularly important states for the election, like Arizona, are seeing tens of thousands of registration attempts every week, in some instances bi-weekly. In some instances, and the example that we have here from February 17th of this year, the state of Missouri had 78,421 verification requests, with 23,253 coming back as deceased. I believe the official statement was that this is voter roll cleanup. I don't know if you can shed some light on what's going on.
Yeah, that's a process the Secretary of State's office manages to help the county clerks clean up their voter rolls to make sure that the deceased or folks are purged from those rolls. And so that's an important part of the process. But when you see numbers like that, especially in swing states, like Missouri, bright red state, but Arizona, Nevada, Wisconsin,
Texas is alarming.
Texas, yeah,
220,000.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. I mean, you think about the 10 million people who have crossed our border illegally and are here illegally, and it is illegal for them to participate in a national election. Certainly in Missouri, it's a felony offense. You have the forms you have to fill out if you're fraudulently holding yourself out as a legal resident. You're not. That's a felony forgery. And so, these other states need to look at those same laws and make sure that you're not only purging the deceased, but
preventing
hijacking of the election process by people who have no legal right to vote.
But is this confirmed, or I don't know if you don't know 100%, but this is Missouri doing voter roll cleanup?
I would need to confirm with our Secretary of State's office on the specific numbers, but I know that is an ongoing process that the Secretary of State manages.
It's super disturbing because it's like a third of the 70. It's the second most state of all of them. It's Texas, then Missouri, I think, is number 2, maybe.
Yeah, Texas. But this is, again, February 17th. It's one specific
and it's
week.
A third of them were deceased. It's not just like all the other states, you'd get like 72, New Jersey, 72 of them out of 2,800. So that's like 0.1%. 33% of them in Missouri. Like, what is going on that they're using Missouri? It looks like it's being used to funnel some sort of operation to get people on voter rolls.
Well, this was registering dead people. And so here's the problem. Texas denied everything, because when this story first broke, I think it was back in March, Texas only reports every other week 219,323 registration verification requests, 4,559 came back matched but deceased. 36,000 came back with no match. Okay, so hold on. We got ourselves here a big old problem. Let's operate under the assumption this is still voter roll cleanup. If Missouri is doing voter roll cleanup to the tune of, in 1 week, 78,421 people, how were there 5,938 of those people that did not have a match in the Social Security database? How were 23,000? So if we want to say this is voter roll cleanup, 23,000 deceased makes a lot of sense. It violates the rules of the Help America Vote Act, which states this is specifically for registering people to vote, not for it offers no provision for using it for voter roll cleanup, but it still might be the case. Then how do you have 6,000 of the people not actually matching? That would mean that Missouri caught in 1 week 6,000 people on their voter rolls who aren't in the Social Security Administration database. And I will stress, you don't get erased from that database. They do not reuse numbers. Going back down to Texas, 36,000 registrations did not have a match in the Social Security database. Sure, you can argue that some people's names, birthdays, and last four didn't match properly. There were typos. But this many?
Yeah, 15%, 13% of the people.
That's way, way too much. And
it's with all the illegal immigration. It's like correlated with all this illegal immigration.
If we jump to the latest numbers, which is July 13th, I believe Missouri has 27,371, with 3,347 that did not have a match. 317 were dead.
Look at Nevada. That 36,000 of the 37,000 were not matched.
Now that's crazy. This is the latest. The last reported numbers from HAVV, 37,181 in Nevada. These are alleged registration attempts without ID, and 36,600 did not match the SSA database.
in a swing state.
In a swing state.
A border state.
So here's my concern, and this could impact Missouri. It's bright red, so I wouldn't, it is weird to be like, well, what could possibly go, happen? Texas, however, is not, and Texas could swing. But the fear now is that in 2021, Joe Biden signed an executive order that allowed the federal government to register people in states on behalf of that state without the state knowing. West Virginia came out and said, absolutely not. We reject all of these registrations. But what if what we're seeing is unknown to these states like Missouri, because these registrations that are being sent to the SSA are coming from federal authorities and the state has nothing to do with it? These people then show up, get printed, that they appear in these databases because the federal government sends in the paperwork, and then you end up with non-citizens. Or one theory is that what's happening is someone is illicitly downloading college and university databases and then trying to register college students who are not registered without them knowing, so that a universal mail-in vote will appear at their home, and then they could get an activist to go make them fill it out.
It's scary stuff. I mean, look, we know that in 2020, several of the blue states changed the rules of the game in the 11th hour in order to harvest more ballots, and that swung the election. I mean, you look at that juxtaposed with the deep state, suppressing the Hunter Biden laptop story. I mean, those things, you put those two things together, and you can see why people, the integrity, like self-evident integrity of the process has been lost.
Yeah, I think that's one of the big issues. Voters this year are primed to be concerned about what's going on. And while that's good, it also encourages low trust because you never seem to get the answers that you're looking for. No matter, try how you might, right? We don't know why the numbers are this way. There's not even a clear path to get answers.
Yeah. I guess I can only say you're up for re-election, I'd imagine, right?
Yeah.
I think it would be prudent to figure out.
Yeah. Yeah. No, and in fact, you're going to see more coming out of my office in the coming weeks about some election integrity issues that we're working on as it relates to illegal aliens. Missouri is one of the last states in the nation that still makes it a felony offense to knowingly transport criminal aliens into or through the state of Missouri. And so we want to stand by to help prosecute that in Missouri. It's also illegal to obtain a voter ID and hold yourself out to be a lawful resident who's eligible to vote if you're not. So again, that's a felony forgery.
I imagine Missouri is one of the states that requires an ID to vote.
That's right.
It's funny how that works, where it's like when there's actual integrity in the voting process, everyone accepts it as normal and it's not even a question. But then these blue states where you don't need an ID to vote, it's racist to ask.
Yeah.
Nobody has a problem in Missouri. I mean, we would be hearing stories left and right from the Democrats and the media being like, oh, Missouri is suppressing the vote.
And you said that Missouri is one of the last states to enforce this felony for transporting illegal immigrants into the state. So that means that other states at one point did this and then repealed it?
So other states have had similar statutes on the books, but have lost court battles. But I think one of the things the court's going to look at when weighing whether or not a state can enforce a measure like that is, does the state have a compelling interest in enforcement? Like, what's the policy problem? And when those statutes were enacted 10, 20 years ago, we didn't have an invasion. We didn't have 10 million people coming across our border illegally. We didn't have election interruptions and interferences from criminal aliens. And so the compelling interest is different now than when these other states lost their court battles. Missouri has not lost that court battle. We still have the statutes on the books and plan to enforce them.
How do you guys handle electronic voting in general? Because I'm concerned that votes are getting flipped behind the scenes by machines, and we don't have access to the source code to verify. Have you sued like Dominion or companies that try and operate without offering their source code to make them open source their software?
We've got paper ballots in Missouri, and again, like
universal paper ballots for the state.
Look, I mean, I've seen what a secure election.
argue that some people's names, birthdays, and last four didn't match properly. There were typos. But this many?
15%, 13% of the people.
That's way, way too much.
And so it's with all the illegal immigration. It's like correlated with all this illegal immigration.
If we jump to the latest numbers, which is July 13th, I believe Missouri has 27,371, with 3,347 that did not have a match. 317 were dead.
Look at Nevada. That 36,000 of the 37,000 were not matched.
Now that's crazy. This is the latest. The last reported numbers from HAVV, 37,181 in Nevada. These are alleged registration attempts without ID, and 36,600 did not match the SSA database.
in a swing state.
In a swing state.
A border state.
So here's my concern, and this could impact Missouri. It's bright red, so I would, it is weird to be like, well, what could possibly go, happen? Texas, however, is not, and Texas could swing. But the fear now is that in 2021, Joe Biden signed an executive order that allowed the federal government to register people in states on behalf of that state without the state knowing. West Virginia came out and said, absolutely not. We reject all of these registrations. But what if what we're seeing is unknown to these states like Missouri, because these registrations that are being sent to the SSA are coming from federal authorities and the state has nothing to do with it. These people then show up, get printed, that they appear in these databases because the federal government sends in the paperwork, and then you end up with non-citizens. Or one theory is that what's happening is someone is illicitly downloading college and university databases and then trying to register college students who are not registered without them knowing, so that a universal mail-in vote will appear at their home, and then they could get an activist to go make them fill it out.
It's scary stuff. I mean, look, we know that in 2020, several of the blue states changed the rules of the game in the 11th hour in order to harvest more ballots, and that swung the election. I mean, you look at that juxtaposed with the deep state, suppressing the Hunter Biden laptop story. I mean, those things, you put those two things together, and you can see why people, the integrity, like self-evident integrity of the process has been lost.
Yeah, I think that's one of the big issues. Voters this year are primed to be concerned about what's going on. And while that's good, it also encourages low trust because you never seem to get the answers that you're looking for. No matter, try how you might, right? We don't know why the numbers are this way. There's not even a clear path to get answers.
Yeah. I guess I can only say you're up for re-election, I'd imagine, right?
Yeah.
I think it would be prudent to figure out.
Yeah. Yeah. No, and in fact, you're going to see more coming out of my office in the coming weeks about some election integrity issues that we're working on as it relates to illegal aliens. Missouri is one of the last states in the nation that still makes it a felony offense to knowingly transport criminal aliens into or through the state of Missouri. And so we want to stand by to help prosecute that in Missouri. It's also illegal to obtain a voter ID and hold yourself out to be a lawful resident who's eligible to vote if you're not. So again, that's a felony forgery.
I imagine Missouri is one of the states that requires an ID to vote.
That's right.
It's funny how that works, where it's like when there's actual integrity in the voting process, everyone accepts it as normal, and it's not even a question. But then these blue states where you don't need an ID to vote, it's racist to ask.
Yeah.
Nobody has a problem in Missouri. I mean, we would be hearing stories left and right from the Democrats and the media being like, oh, Missouri is suppressing the vote.
And you said that Missouri is one of the last states to enforce this felony for transporting illegal immigrants into the state. So that means that other states at one point did this and then repealed it?
So other states have had similar statutes on the books but have lost court battles. But I think one of the things the court's going to look at when weighing whether or not a state can enforce a measure like that is, does the state have a compelling interest in enforcement? Like, what's the policy problem? And when those statutes were enacted 10, 20 years ago, we didn't have an invasion. We didn't have 10 million people coming across our border illegally. We didn't have election interruptions and interferences from criminal aliens. And so the compelling interest is different now than when these other states lost their court battles. Missouri has not lost that court battle. We still have the statutes on the books and plan to enforce them.
How do you guys handle electronic voting in general? Because I'm concerned that votes are getting flipped behind the scenes by machines, and we don't have access to the source code to verify. Have you sued like Dominion or companies that try and operate without offering their source code to make them open source their software?
We've got paper ballots. in Missouri. and again, like
universal paper ballots for the state.
Look, I mean, I've seen what a secure election looks like. I secured a part of the Nineveh province, Iraq, in 2005 for their national constitutional referendum. And you know what? We pulled up in armored vehicles with boxes of ballots that were locked. We opened the boxes on election day. People lined up. They put their, remember the blue thumbs?
Yeah.
They put their thumbprint on the ballot. We collected them. We drove them to a secure place, and then there was people counting them by hand while we watched. I mean, it's that simple. And again, when you have a simple process that has paper ballots like that, the self-evident, the integrity of the process is self-evident.
So you don't have machines at all?
The machines collect the paper ballots, but then there's human checks on that. But again, this is all under the Secretary of State's office, and that's really who runs elections in the state of Missouri.
Do you get along with the Secretary of State very well? Do you guys work closely?
Oh, absolutely. Look, I work closely with all of our statewide office holders. Everyone's rowing in the same direction. We're all, for the first time in, gosh, a really long time, it's a top to bottom Republicans in state office in Missouri, and that has not happened until recently.
Wow.
That's
right on.
Yeah.
I'm still concerned about all of this data because it's a story that I mean, we have covered probably like 17 times, and we've never gotten clear answers as to what's going on.
They put it on hold for a while.
Yeah, so that's not. The reporting stopped. Yeah, I think it was in May, or like the beginning of May, just froze.
Like after we started reporting on it, a couple months went by, and then they stopped the reporting completely for like.
What coincidence?
Yeah, right.
But this
Are there
is
such things.
So we're looking at great polling for Donald Trump, especially after someone tried to take his life, and he stood up with blood coming on his face, screaming, yelling, "Fight, fight, fight!" That really inspired a lot of people. Now you've got, with Kamala Harris coming in, people are saying, "Oh, she's even worse than Biden." But the more savvy people are coming out and saying, if you think you've won, you've lost. Because regardless of what's going on with Biden, Kamala, the DNC, we still have a shadow campaign to contend with, the likes of which we do not know. You're familiar with the Time Magazine shadow campaign story?
I'm not familiar with that.
Let me pull this up and just give you a quick reference. We pull this up periodically. Time Magazine wrote a story. This is, what's the date on this? February 5th, 2021, by Molly Ball. This is the secret history of the shadow campaign that saved the 2020 election, to which Molly Ball literally writes for Time Magazine, there was a conspiracy unfolding behind the scenes, one that both curtailed the protests and coordinated the resistance from CEOs. Both surprises were the result of an informal alliance between left-wing activists and business titans. The pact was formalized in a terse, little-noticed joint statement of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and the AFL-CIO published on Election Day. Both sides would come to see it as a sort of implicit bargain inspired by the summer's massive, sometimes destructive racial justice protests in which the forces of labor came together with the forces of capital to keep the peace and oppose Trump's assault on democracy. The article, written not even a month after the inauguration of Joe Biden, talks about how CEOs, Zuckerbucks, changing in voting laws, people worked behind a shadow campaign. If you want to call that rigging an election, by all means, go ahead and do so. I like to use their words and say they ran a conspiracy, that's what Molly Ball called it, shadow campaign to secure the election, to save us from Trump. And that's where we're at now. So now that it's 3 months out from this next election, the great fear is that they didn't stop.
Yeah.
There's something else working behind the scenes. So, I mean, that's why I just real quick, I appreciate having you here, especially because of the lawsuits you filed, because you seem to be one of the very few people actually doing something.
Well, and, you know, our lawsuit, Missouri v. Biden, the most important First Amendment case in this nation's history, we're back down at the trial court level using merits discovery to root out the censorship enterprise from the Biden regime. You know, what we're talking about is collusion between activists, corporate America, organized labor there. I think there's another element there, another layer, and that's the deep state. Again, we uncovered, as part of Missouri v. Biden, the Hunter Biden laptop scandal, that the FBI was in possession of the laptop 1 year before the election and planted the seed in big tech that there would be a Russian disinformation campaign related to to Hunter Biden, right? And then they met with increased frequency between DOJ, FBI, and big tech oligarchs in the weeks and months leading up to that story breaking, and then it was suppressed instantly. That's not coincidental. That is government suppression of critical information that Americans needed to make good decisions at the ballot box. And so that's just one more layer when you've got the deep state. And is anyone surprised? Remember the Peter Strzok, Lisa Page text messages in 2016, like before Trump was even in the Oval Office, the deep state was already plotting against him. And so, yeah, I mean, people stop trusting our systems when they see and learn about stuff.
What were those texts, Lisa Strzok and...
Yeah, Peter Strzok and Lisa Page. They were, FBI agent and Department of Justice official that were conspiring and colluding to undermine the first years of President Trump's administration by injecting this Russian collusion hoax. And they were successful at that. I mean, they dropped the poison pill in the well that we drank from for several years.
Yeah, I feel the Iranian, they said an Iranian attempt on Trump's life, that's another poison pill, I think. I can feel it.
I got probably a serious question for you. You're filing these lawsuits, you're uncovering this collusion, deep state elements, intelligence agents. Chuck Schumer said they got 6 ways from Sunday from getting back at you. I just wondered if you had a food taster.
Yeah, it's a good idea. Yeah,
I mean, and I'm saying it in a somewhat half-joking way.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, look, the deep state has ways of getting back at people. They did it to President Trump. They're doing it to everyday Americans in ways we don't see. Again, let's talk about in the context of censorship. Again, that's government censorship of information that interferes with an election. That's enormously problematic for obvious reasons. But they're censoring conservative voices on big tech social media platforms. That they are changing our culture in ways that we don't see, and it's much more pernicious and nefarious than in any point in human history. Like if Joseph Stalin goes and shuts down a printing press, the whole world knows it's happened. They can see it, and he's only silenced the printed word. But what's happening now, if you're shadow banned, deplatformed, de-emphasized, if the story never breaks because it's suppressed, we're not only deprived. First of all, we don't know the censorship is going on. And it's not only the speaker's rights who've been violated, but the listeners as well, who may not know that they were going to receive a message that now they can't hear. But it's also the big tech, because the way in which we communicate is so much more multidimensional than just a simple printing press. It's visual imagery, it's body language, it's all these other forms of communication that are being suppressed. And again, that's enormously harmful to who we are as a people.
How much you want to bet the IRS is specifically targeting people based on politics? And how do you track for that? It's very difficult. We know that happened during the Obama years with the Tea Party, that there's this big scandal involving the IRS targeting conservatives. Why would we assume that stopped? They announced 87,000 new agents. Apparently, I guess audits are way up. That's been something I've heard.
I've heard too.
Yeah, if someone wants to fact check that. And when they announced they were doing this, Biden says only if you make $400,000 or more, we're going to raise your taxes. Yeah, 87,000 agents aren't to raise your taxes. They would raise your taxes to raise your taxes. 87,000 agents are so they can comb through your financials, and then one day, working class small business mom and pop shop that makes cheeseburgers gets a letter from the IRS that says you owe us $384, and they're like, "What's this for? We paid our taxes. Our accountant did all the work for us. We don't have this money. What are you gonna do? Hire a lawyer? No, you're gonna have to write the check." And that's what they're doing to the working class people. I'd be willing to bet it's politically biased as well, because you suppress economically your political opponents, makes it harder for them to take the time off to go vote, simply put. And to make your point about censorship, one thing we learned with Dr. Robert Epstein, Google and Facebook are having a massive impact on the election. He explained that it's actually really simple. They ran a test. On Election Day, in one of their tests, Facebook sent out a reminder to vote to 100% of Democrats. I think it was Democrats, left-leaning. I think it was in the U.S. And only like 60-some-odd% of people on the right. So what happens? It's just that easy. That's the manipulative game that they play across the board. And we're trying to fight against that. Now, that being said, with the way things are going, I'm not confident they're succeeding.
Yeah, I wonder if you could tell us what because you've taken a lot of really bold action. I mean, you've lost against Media Matters, Planned Parenthood, the Biden administration, New York State, but you're also fairly young in your career. I mean, what was the calculation going into this? Like,
yeah.
I think there are some people, and I'm glad you're not one of them,
Yeah.
who would say, like, I don't want to anger too many higher powers.
Right. No, I that's not a concern of mine. I don't want to be a politician. I want to be the Attorney General and do the job for the right reasons. I have no interest in politics. You got to be a politician to be the Attorney General. I get that. But, first of all, there's nothing that's going to happen to me in politics that is going to be any worse than my worst day overseas in Iraq. I've spent 2 years overseas in the war on terror. So, like, I'm not scared of it. Like, it's just
The worst is kind of behind you right now.
it's not a fear of mine.
For reference, you were in the Army in...
Yep. Served in the Army after the war, in the war on terror, was an armored cavalry scout, platoon leader, and then executive officer and troop commander eventually. But, yeah, I mean, having led soldiers in combat like that and having the privilege to get to do that, the politics of it doesn't scare me. But I'm not, like, trying to climb a ladder to a higher office. So I have... a little more audacity to do the right things and to be on attack. And I think too, like one of the first things you learn in the Army is light infantry tactics. When you're caught in a near ambush, you assault into the ambush. You don't turn and run away because you'll just get shot in the back. You're going to die anyway. Kill some bad guys on your way out. And that's kind of how I approach my job.
That's cool. I really think that that's like a boldness that a lot of people don't have. I think there is a fear that, like, if you challenge the Biden administration, right, you'll upset the governor who's relying on the federal government for tax money or whatever. There's some kind of interwoven mud, but I like that you're saying, like, I am here for this job and I'm going to do it to the best of my ability, because I think that that's what restores Americans' trust in their elected officials, that they are actively doing the things that are hard and difficult and not thinking, oh, well, but I want to move up to a higher office.
Why are you like the only AG actually doing stuff?
I've partnered with like-minded state attorneys general a lot. Last year, we partnered on 164 cases together. So there's a lot of partnership and overlap. Missouri is uniquely positioned for a variety of reasons. Number one, because we are a red state, but we're recently a red state. And so, like, if you think about conservative states traditionally have not empowered their state attorneys general because conservatives view it as a zero-sum game. More government, less freedom. And so conservative states that have limited the authority of their AGs. Meanwhile, blue states like Letitia James, her General Assembly gives her any kind of law she wants to conduct lawfare and every other pernicious, attack on our way of life. Missouri is uniquely positioned because we're so recently a blue state that has now transitioned. We were a blue state, are now a red state. And so it's like the enemy has left weapons on the battlefield that we're picking up and learning how to use. There's like this retreating enemy that's left these weapons on the battlefield. And so the Missouri Attorney General's office has some really unique statutory authority that isn't replicated in other states. But then again, I also think when you've got someone in office who just wants to be the AG and do the right things for the right reasons. And look, America's under attack. I mean, we're absolutely under attack. You can't call this anything else. Our basic values, our way of life, our systems of democratic processes, I mean, all those things are under attack.
We have another caravan of 3,000 migrants. We've had these caravans coming to the United States by the thousands and tens of thousands for years now. And it's just, they don't care. Our border czar, who is now running is a presumptive nominee, she never went to the border one time. Did she end up going eventually?
I don't think so. I mean, they might have shuffled her down there. Let me double check right now. But the thing is, she was like the border czar, and then immediately everyone stopped trying to talk about the border. I mean, Joe Biden didn't go to the border until, the second half of his current term. It was always something where, and I think you're kind of referencing this, where the values are not in alignment. They'll say, oh, yeah, we're taking care of the border by putting up new cameras and maybe we'll have new agents or something. But what they mean is we don't actually care that people are illegally crossing into the United States. We're actually kind of okay with it. In fact, maybe we'll create this app and maybe another app to make it easier.
They're legitimizing. They're perverting the law to try to put an imprimatur of legitimization on illegal crossings. Mm-hmm. So it's not just that they refused to build the border wall that they were commanded by Congress to do and we sued them and won on that lawsuit. It's not just that they are catch and release and repealing remain in Mexico. We should not be catching and releasing, and caravans should remain in Mexico if they're going to seek asylum. But it's perversion of like the parole process. Parole under immigration laws for individualized determinations for limited entry, for limited purpose, limited amount of time. Well, by Biden saying, hey, we're going to allow 10,000 Guatemalans, he's creating a visa program that was never authorized by Congress. So again, that's how he's perverting the law. So it's not just that he's not enforcing, he's hung an open sign and inviting. Mm-hmm. And those are.
Oh, this is what's wild is that all of these violate the rights of each individual state who has not had, I mean, this is the point of the Senate.
Yeah.
So that the states are represented to the federal government before they do these things. Biden ignoring that is basically just trampling over the states.
That's right.
Yeah, and to the detriment of the people, right? I mean, I remember seeing this report from Massachusetts saying they had so many illegal immigrants in the state that their shelters were completely full. These are shelters that are typically for, homeless people or women and children fleeing domestic violence situations. Like, it's the resources that people in need that, in a desperate situation rely on that are now being diverted to solve this crisis that we don't actually have to have. The Biden administration just said on day one, we hated Trump so much, we're going to reverse whatever he's doing, and we're not going to think about the consequences of this because we're trying to score this political point that we aren't Trump, and look at this posturing we can pull off.
Well, I think it goes back to something you said earlier, which is that the left has rejected practical good, any pursuit of practical good, in favor of radical, progressive, woke ideology. You see that in the border. You see that in transgender issues. I mean, you see that across the board with all these issues. They have criminal justice. Again, the Soros-backed prosecutors don't enforce the law. And you know what? Victims suffer. It undermines the credibility of our criminal justice system. And all of that is, again, they are putting woke progressive ideology ahead of practical good. Both parties used to pursue practical good. We just had different arguments about how to get there. And now the left has completely rejected practical good.
Let's jump to the story from Just the News. Supreme Court orders New York to respond to Missouri lawsuit over Trump lawfare this week. This seems pretty big. Is this a victory for you guys?
Yeah, this is huge. I mean, the Supreme Court has taken notice of the lawsuit we filed against the state of New York. And again, you've got a rogue prosecutor and collusive judiciary in New York who have prosecuted Donald Trump under specious legal grounds. The prosecution is replete with constitutional procedural error. Ethics violations should have never happened. I've never seen such a gross miscarriage of justice, but that's what you get in New York. And at the end of the day, that hurts Missourians and every other state because we have a right to participate in a national presidential election on equal footing with every other sovereign state. And Missourians are being denied access to and being denied the ability to hear from a presidential candidate in the heat of a campaign in the most consequential national election in this country's history. And so that harms Missourians.
So you filed, I should say, on behalf of the state of Missouri, you sued New York, its original jurisdiction, so the Supreme Court is the court that hears it. We announced the news when it broke, and many people said, but wait, Supreme Court's out of session. How does this work?
Yeah, different dockets. So you've got kind of the Supreme Court's appellate review docket, and that's what mostly the Supreme Court does, is review cases that have been adjudicated at a lower court. But the Founding Fathers contemplated there would be disputes amongst the states, and they codified a method by which we could redress those grievances in Article 3, Section 2 of the United States Constitution. And it's the original action docket. And so that's separate and apart from kind of their appellate review. And so other states have sued other states before. Typically, it's about like water rights or boundaries. This is different because, again, we're suing the state of New York for hijacking this election and injecting poison into our democratic process through lawfare. But it's an original action of the Supreme Court. We file our pleadings. The court has ordered New York to respond, and they have until tomorrow to respond, and we'll see what they do.
There are 3 claims you're making?
That's correct. Yeah. Number 1, First Amendment violation. The gag order that the court instituted in New York is unconstitutional. It violates President Trump's right to speak, but it violates our right to hear from him. And the important point here is like the gag orders in criminal prosecutions, there's a strong presumption against gag orders because of our First Amendment rights. But that's especially true, and those considerations are heightened when you're talking about a presidential candidate.
A front runner.
But beyond that, the gag order is supposed to protect a defendant's right to a fair trial. Well, number 1, the trial's over. Number 2, here the state, the prosecutor got the gag order. If Donald Trump wants to put himself at risk by speaking out publicly about the trial, he should be allowed to do that, and we have a right to hear from him. So that's the first claim. The second claim is that, in Missouri, we had a caucus, and there were electors who were selected based on that caucus to attend the convention and cast votes for President Donald Trump to be the Republican nominee. Those electors are being denied access to a presidential candidate because anytime he's spinning in a Manhattan courtroom or potentially in a New York State penitentiary or on probation in New York, he can't be campaigning. And that harms our ability to have access to him. The third claim is under the Purcell Doctrine. So the Purcell Doctrine stands for the proposition that courts should stay out of decisions that would obfuscate or interfere with an election. And again, those considerations are heightened the closer in time you get to an election. And so the same should be true in New York. people are already asking me, constituents reach out all the time. Can Donald Trump be on the ballot? Am I going to get to vote for him? Is he going to get to come to Missouri and talk to us? Can he still serve as president if he's convicted of a felony in New York? So this New York court is violating the Purcell Doctrine by injecting that kind of level of obfuscation into the electoral process.
This is absolutely crazy because it brings up a lot of questions. Now, we know any reasonable person who reviews the criminal charges against Donald Trump in the hush money case would scratch their head and say, what?
Yeah.
None of this makes sense. And I'll break it down because I know there's people who haven't watched every show, but I'll try and make it quick. The charges against Donald Trump are for falsification of business records, but that's a misdemeanor, and it's beyond its statute of limitations, meaning they can't bring the charges, what are we talking, 7 years later. They claim it's upgraded to a felony if you falsified business records in furtherance of a secondary crime. Now, they claimed that Donald Trump, the judge said to the jury, if you believe Donald Trump committed a secondary crime, it doesn't matter which one, then you can find him guilty on this one if you believe he also falsified business records. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but how does a court, first of all, upgrade a charge with the presumption of a secondary crime that has never been adjudicated through any kind of due process means or anything?
Yeah.
The court is just decreeing the crime exists.
That's right. And two problems there from a constitutional standpoint. Number one, lack of notice. 34 count indictment that, again, refers to, false business entry for this based on another crime. And you can read the indictment. It says another crime 34 times, 34 counts. That's a notice violation under the due process clause. President Trump has a right to have notice of the alleged offense. So they deprived him of due process in that regard. Jury unanimity is under the Sixth Amendment is the next problem. So when the jury goes back to deliberate and the judge says, hey, pick any old predicate offense you want, you don't have to agree. Under Ramos v. Louisiana case that was handed down by the United States Supreme Court in 2020, stands for the proposition that the Sixth Amendment right to a fair trial includes the right to jury unanimity as to every element for which the defendant is charged.
Wow.
So they violated his constitutional rights to due process, violated his First Amendment right to free speech, violated his Sixth Amendment right to jury unanimity. You look at the fact that the prosecutors were politically motivated because they campaigned on a promise to prosecute President Trump. They should have been disqualified. The judge has deep ties to the Democratic Party, also should have been disqualified. In Missouri, it's an appearance of impropriety standard. Well, here there's actual impropriety. It's not an appearance.
Not an appearance at all.
It exists. So they should have been, this is reversible error. It's an incurable impropriety. When I say that the case is an illicit witch hunt prosecution, that's what we're talking about, is all of these problems that typically in a criminal trial, maybe you have one problem that results in what could be reversible error. But here it's replete with reversible error.
Isn't this an emergency? Isn't this something the Supreme Court should take up within hours and shut it down?
And that's the point. Everyone's like, look, if President Trump was wrongfully convicted, his appeal will figure that out. That's insufficient. That vehicle for raising these claims is insufficient to adjudicate the grievance that the state of Missouri and the voting public in Missouri has against the state of New York. The individual appeal process will vindicate President Trump individually, but that's going to take 18 to 24 months. And we can't wait because the election is forthcoming.
So the Supreme Court said New York has to respond by tomorrow, which means what exactly?
Well, we'll see what we'll see what New York files. I mean, they have a reply to our lawsuit, and they'll either try to convince the court that the lawsuit should not go forward. They could concede that there's a problem. I don't anticipate they would do that.
To clarify, does your lawsuit, does it raise claims to those due process violations against Donald Trump?
Yeah, those are central to, that's central to the argument that this is lawfare, not a legitimate criminal prosecution. Again, the objective in New York was never to obtain a legally valid conviction. It was always to take President Trump off the campaign trail and silence him. And they were effective at doing that, and that harms Missourians and all voters.
That's absolutely insane at a most basic democratic level, that you have 50 participants in an election where each state will cast a ballot, and you've got several states that are like, well, our clear choice is Trump, but we'll see what happens. So 1/50th of the nation decides we will do whatever we have to destroy his opportunity to actually run a campaign. That is the most obvious and egregious election interference imaginable. Now, if it was something like Donald Trump shot a guy on Fifth Avenue and everybody saw it happen, well, I don't know what leg you got to stand on. States can bring charges against people if everybody watched and there's a preponderance of evidence. Then you go to trial and he can prove his innocence beyond a reasonable doubt, et cetera, et cetera. But here we're looking at any reasonable person. And we saw this with Fareed Zakaria. He said these charges would not have been brought against someone whose name was not Donald Trump. Even CNN admits it.
Yeah. And this statute has never been used in New York in the way in which they're using it against President Trump. Two other points I want to make real quick. You've also got this problem when you talk about the statute of limitations. Again, that is even more problematic in this instance because the statute that creates the offense for which Donald Trump was charged, I think it's New York Code 175.10, but it allows for an affirmative defense. And when you've got an affirmative defense, that requires the defendant, who typically doesn't have any burden of proof, to, by preponderance of the evidence, establish that he is legally excused from what would otherwise be criminal behavior. The due process violation is worse in this context because how can he take advantage of his statutorily granted affirmative defense and gather evidence to defend himself if he doesn't know what the predicate offense is?
Right. He just has to kind of prepare for anything, like it's a weird pop quiz.
Again, and that's what the due process violation is worse in this instance because of that.
Yeah. Absolutely insane. I mean, at a most fundamental level, we as children learn about the right to confront your accusers.
Yeah.
And Trump never got it, right?
For what offense was he charged? We don't know.
Yeah. Sounds like he's going to get it. The Supreme Court was out of session, and I was angered by, like, well, come on, guys, it's not summer camp. Like, get to work. But you said that they somehow were able to legislate from out of session. How does that work?
Yeah, so there's again, it's the difference between their term in which they review appeals to the Supreme Court. That's a separate docket, and that term has ended. But original actions they're never out of term when it comes to original actions. Those are always filed directly with the United States Supreme Court. It's novel. I mean, it doesn't happen too often that states have lawsuits against other states, especially claims like this. But again, it's imperative because of where we are in this election cycle. And so the Supreme Court is absolutely reviewing these cases now, as evidenced by the fact that they ordered New York to respond.
Did they have to go back to the wherever they work from, or did they do it remote?
Yeah, I believe they could do it remotely. I know that the documents that we file with the court are all printed on paper and distributed to the justices. So, look, the justices and their clerk.
I'll be right back. We're about to get ready to do this. So, all we want to know is the difference from the midpoint of blue and green to red. And we want to know that from 0.3 to 0.9. We're going to get a pretty big sigma. So I'll be right back. I wouldn't be surprised if this gave me, like, I don't know. I told Captain Bradford on the phone I'm expecting like 80 sigma. All right, well, it's time for some scary organ music. What would be the craziest thing on organ that I haven't heard yet? I played the whole Fantajuke. I don't think anybody has it on organ though, do they? If anybody did this on the organ, I would be shocked. Nah, nobody's done it on organ. What else would be really good for the organ? Someone's had to do Mozart's Requiem on organ. Someone has had to have done it. Lacrimose is a little too slow. Can we get like yes. Dia. Hold on. He's playing a little too slow. We gotta go back. Bum ba ba da ba 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 dum ba da da ba ba dum. This should be good. Da here da 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 da. Bum ba ba da ba da bum bum ba da ba 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 dum. Yeah ba 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 da. Da dum da dum da dum da dum da La Mimosa. 100 sigma at least. Lacrimosa. It's another crazy one. We can get on the organ. I don't think anybody's done this on organ. I don't even know if it's possible to do on organ. Has anybody done this on organ? I'm very curious. Oh my god, somebody's actually done it. This must be the best organ player in the world. Ra-pa-pa-ya, ooh, ya-ya-pa-ya-da-da, ooh, ya-da-da-dee-da, ya-pa-pa-ya-da-da. Ya pa pa ya ya la la. Dum pa 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 yam pa ya da da pa 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 ya da 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 ya pa 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 ya pa 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 da 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 pa pa pa. Ya pa 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 ya pa 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 ya pa 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 ya pa pa ya pa pa ya pa 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 ya pa ya pa. It's going a little fast, no? Oh, you know what it is? I saw the playback speed too fast. I was gonna say, I'm like, this is a really fast version of March Sloth. Let's hear it from the beginning. I'm like, I don't remember it going that fast. Da 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 ya da 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 ya da da da. Ya 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 pam pam. Ya da ba ya ya da da ya da ya pa pa da di yam pam pa ya ya da da. Alright guys, we gotta do 256 sets of these simulations, so this is gonna take a moment. Ya da dum ba ya da da da. Ooh, ya da 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 dee, ya ya da da. Ooh, ya da da da. Pa ya pa 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 yam pa da yam pa pum pa pum 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 pa da ya ya pa 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 ya pa 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 pum pa da ya da pum pa 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 ya pa pa ya da da Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Yeah bum bum bum. Yeah bum bum bum. Bum bum bum. Yeah bum bum bum. Bum bum bum. Yeah bum bum bum. Yum bum da da ya da da ya da 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 ya da da ya da 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 da. He's still doing this part a little too fast. Ya da dum da ya da 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 ya da da ya da 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 ya pa pa ya da 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 ya ba da ya da 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 ya da 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 ya da 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 ya ha 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 ya ya da da ba ya ya ba ba da ya ba da da da. This is the sound of the. This is what I'm playing when Deep State's going down, man. Da 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 ya ba 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 ba. Do I have these numbers right? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Very good. Dum dum da. Yum bum pa da dum pa dum dun dun da 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 dun dun da 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 da. Pa yum bum pa da dum pa dum dun dun da 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 da. Yeah da da dum bum 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 bum. Bum. Yum dum da da dum pa dum bum pa 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 da da dee 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 bum da 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 pa yum bum pa 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 ya da dum bum yum bum pa 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 da 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 yum da da yum da 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 pa yum bum pa pa ya da 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 ya da 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 bum 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 bum. Yum bum ba da dum ba dum ba ba da bum ba ba da dee 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 bum da 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 ba 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 da yum da 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 yum da da bum 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 ba 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 bum ba 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 bum ba ya da 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 da. Dun da 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 bum ba 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 da da dun dun da 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 bum ba bum ba 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 bum ba 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 ya ba bum ba 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 da ba 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 da 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 dee 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 ba da 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 ya ba 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 ba. Dee dee bum 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 ba dee 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 bum 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 ba ya da 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 ya da 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 ya da 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 He fucked this part up, but he's doing great otherwise. Yep, da ba bum bum da da ya da 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 yep ba 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 yeah yeah yep yep da 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 ba da 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 yeah bum 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 yeah da bum da 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 bum ba ya bum bum ba ya ya bum 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 ba ya cha ya ba da ba ya ya da 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 Holy shit, how does he do it? I bet there's a crazy guy that can do the 4th Symphony of Tchaikovsky on organ. I bet somebody is actually that good. Like, godlike. Let's see if anybody did it. Oh my god, somebody's actually done it. No way. No way. Holy shit, it's like a 12-year-old kid. Oh, this is going to be crazy. Well, not 12 years old, but definitely young. This is going to be nuts. I bet he's going to do this right. Let's see, but I can tell by how many likes. Oh yeah, he's got likes. This is going to be crazy. No way. No way. I don't believe this. Oh my god. Totally chilled too. He just sat down and started playing. You missed the trill. Da 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 da. Ba bum bum ba bum bum. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Let's see what the meanest standard deviation is of Omega right here. It's like I have to do that 15 more times what I just did. You know what I mean? Like, oh my god. I'm still gonna do it, but I'm just curious what the fuck it is. Papa, yappa, 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 papa, papa, papa. Zoom in, man. I can't see this shit. It's at least 50 sigma based on what we already have. Alright, we're going back to Timcast. I'll be right back. So based on what I'm seeing here, this is at least 50 sigma. Okay? So I have a virtual mean of 0. I have a standard deviation of 0.002. The original data is 0.2, which is 50 times the standard deviation that I already have. Just in the first 256 samples out of the 4,096. So, alright, I'll be right back. I had to hear some fucking good music. Alright, I'll be right back, guys.
are aware of the lawsuit. They're reviewing the lawsuit. They've issued orders in the lawsuit. This process is moving forward. And again, we anticipate that we need to act quickly, and we anticipate the court will act.
So what argument could New York possibly have? I mean, what could they possibly say to the Supreme Court?
Yeah, I'm interested to see what arguments they raise. I mean, they could defend the legitimacy of the prosecution, and then we get to, again, respond with all of these constitutional and ethical
But even when it was coming out, there were all kinds of people already, all media commentators on the left saying, like, oh, no, Trump's definitely going to appeal this. Like, this was sketchy. This was not right.
So there's a possibility that within a week, the Supreme Court just obliterates the whole New York hush money case. They just say outright, we nullify it, or what?
Yeah, I think the prayer for relief here, first of all, yes, these cases need to go away. All of the lawfare against President Trump those cases need to be dismissed, or judgment entered notwithstanding the verdicts. And we've moved, as the state of Missouri, we filed a brief in the New York case demanding that the judge dismiss the indictment and vacate the judgment.
The Supreme Court, have they already ruled on standing?
They have not yet. So again, these are arguments.
They could come out next week and say Missouri has no right to sue New York.
They could.
I kind of feel like that's what to do, because you've got Thomas and Alito, and the rest are sit on their hands types.
Yeah, and I think it's time we have an open and honest conversation in this country about standing. It's a jurisprudential concern, and under Article 3, the federal courts are limited to hearing cases and controversies between parties. You got to show a concrete harm from a direct action of the defendant. I get all that. Those are important for individual cases. However, when you have states bringing claims, is it time to review our standing analysis, and for that analysis to evolve in a way that gives more latitude to allow for states to raise claims on behalf of the people?
This was the Texas v. Pennsylvania back in 2020. The Supreme Court ruled on standing, I believe, right?
Yep, after 3 days.
They said Texas has no right to argue about Pennsylvania's elections.
That's right. And here's the distinction between that case. First of all, that lasted 3 days, and or maybe it was a few more, but I don't think they got to 10 days. And our case against New York, what the case, that previous case was asking was for the Supreme Court to redo an election. And the courts, again, under the Purcell Doctrine, they don't want to get involved in administering elections or reviewing elections or having anything to do with that. So that was a tall order. This is different, and this case has already gone longer and is receiving review. And, honestly, the court may sit on this case and withhold a decision until sentencing, because what the New York trial court does could change the whole landscape. Two arguments here. Number one, if the court were to sentence Donald Trump to prison, well, then the Supreme Court might say, okay, now this is way more important to us. Number two, and we've made this argument both at the Supreme Court and at the trial court level, but after the immunity decision was handed down by the Supreme Court, you can go back and look at some of the evidence that was introduced in the criminal trial in New York and realize that's the fruit of the poisonous tree. That evidence should have never been used to obtain a criminal conviction, because the president was immune from some of that behavior, as we all knew kind of going into that. Right. So the New York court clearly raced ahead of SCOTUS to obtain that conviction. But all of those things are playing out. And I think that's why the court has paused and has taken a hard look at this.
And sentencing's in September now?
That's correct, yeah. And so there are things that could happen at the trial court level that could alter the trajectory of the case that's pending at the United States Supreme Court.
Let's jump to this story, which will serve as a segue into the darker conversation. This is from the New York Times. Secret Service director resigns after Trump assassination attempt. Kimberly A. Cheadle gave up her post Tuesday after security failures that allowed a gunman to shoot at former President Donald J. Trump at an open-air rally. I'd like to pause real quick. Can I fix this? They accidentally put at. I'll just say, Kimberly A. Cheadle gave up her post Tuesday after security failures allowed a gunman to shoot former President Donald J. Trump at an open-air rally, who, might I remind everybody, and the New York Times especially, had blood coming down his face from where the bullet struck him in the ear.
Right.
That was not
injured in shooting.
He was shot, right? And that's just it. I understand the assumption when someone's shot is that they have a bullet wound in their body, okay? But I don't think we need to play semantics in the fact that this guy shot Trump in the ear. Trump was shot in the ear, okay? We just say it like that. Now, I don't believe this resignation is sufficient. I believe that there is either, at bare minimum, criminal negligence, but I think most reasonable people can conclude, based on all of the statements, media reports, law enforcement statements, whistleblowers, etc., that this was allowed to happen. And beyond that, you question, if it was allowed to happen, who's this 20-year-old guy to randomly show up? This idea that it was just a bunch of accidents doesn't make sense. They first said that the roof was sloped, so they couldn't get the law enforcement on the roof. The roof was not sloped. That's a lie. Rep Eli Crane was there standing on the roof, and he's like, what are you talking about? It's a very low grade. Then you had statements that actually there were law enforcement up there, but they were too hot. Then you have questions about the windows being unsecure, the water tower being unsecure. You have the rooftop that was totally insecure. Donald Trump being released with an active threat. The Secret Service knew of an active threat, and they still released Trump from holding. All of these things could not be an accident. So I'll just say, as she's resigning, there are many members of Congress who are asking the question about, was there an official, in some official capacity, intentional actions taken against Donald Trump? And I know it's a very difficult subject matter, but looking at all the evidence that's come out in the media, I don't know how you conclude that the story is just some crazy 20-year-old who got lucky. It doesn't make sense.
And I think one of the other problems is, she resigns and it doesn't make it okay. There still has to be an investigation. Mayorkas has this independent panel that he's saying is bipartisan. Mayorkas himself is being kind of sketchy. People were saying that he was, declining to appear before the House Oversight Committee, even though the DHS is in charge of the Secret Service ultimately. I think one of the big problems is that we know that there are so many unanswered questions, and Cheadle's testimony yesterday really proved that they are not willing to be honest with the public, and they are really trying to sort of cover up, or it feels like they're trying to cover up what happened. And I don't know that we can trust the federal government to investigate itself.
That roof was 150 yards away, roughly, from Donald Trump, and AR-15 fires about 400 yards. That's insane that it wasn't secured. I don't know if it was intentional, but that's either total insanity or they intentionally didn't secure a dangerous shooting spot. And then I was listening to Chris Martinson on Twitter really breaking down the audio from the shooting, and you hear two distinct guns. I mean, it's pop, 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 pop. Like it's three low-sounding, humming shots, and then five like high-pitched ones. He says it sounds directly like it's coming from two different guns. Still, doesn't imply that they let it happen or that they did it intentionally, but like. I don't know. Obviously, it looks like she was covering something up in the hearing yesterday because she was like, I can't disclose that. I can't disclose that. I can't disclose that.
So the reason why I wanted to jump from our previous segment, which was talking about the lawfare, the Supreme Court rulings against New York, the actions being taken by New York are unprecedented. Criminal charges against Trump without proper due process, accusing Trump of a crime that Trump has never, they've never told Trump what crime that was. And in 2020, we had Texas v. Pennsylvania, states lining up against states. And now we're at the point where somehow, every possible security failure happened, which allowed a man to shoot Donald Trump in the ear, nearly taking his life, but not for a few millimeters. And the concern is, when this happened, you even have Logan and Jake Paul saying, if that bullet were a few millimeters away, we would have had a civil war. Now, I'm supposed to be the guy ranting on the street corner with the sign saying civil war, but now you've got after this, the conversation has become so ridiculously mainstream. Even Jake and Logan Paul on their podcast are like, wow, we almost had a civil war. I can't believe what's happening in this country. With what we're seeing with the attempt on Trump's life, with the things you've uncovered, A.G. Bailey, about deep state collusion and censorship, are we at risk of some kind of national level internal conflict? And I want to preface this with, I am not saying civil war. That's one of the components, but it could be balkanization. It could be something along the lines of individual states like declaring themselves sanctuaries from federal authority to a more greater degree. Do you see that as a possibility in any way?
I think it's certainly a risk. I mean, look, people are fed up. They're tired of it. They're tired of being told how to think, what you can and can't say. They're tired of us eroding our national sovereignty through the Biden invasion. They're tired of the fact that they're working all day, they come home at night, and their dollars don't spend as well because of the inflation. And they're tired of stuff like this. And this woman, refusing to answer questions or provide any kind of transparency or any kind of coherent explanation to what is clearly a massive failure in security protocols. And when I was securing sensitive sites in Iraq as a platoon leader, we never would have allowed, to your point, never would have allowed an elevated platform within 150 yards of the secure site. Like, you don't do that. And that happened here. And there's a reason that happened. And she owes us an explanation. And her resignation does not excuse the officials from that. But going back to my point I made early on, the part of the problem is this rise in the administrative state. We no longer rely on Congress to pass laws and the executive branch to enforce those laws, and we no longer respect state sovereignty because we have this mushrooming administrative state, this alphabet soup of agencies that have this authority and aren't accountable to the electorate because they're bureaucrats that aren't elected. And so we need to slash and burn the administrative state. The overturning the Chevron doctrine, the reinvigoration of the major questions doctrine in the previous two Supreme Court terms, those are weapons in our legal arsenal to fight back against the administrative state.
Do you want to explain the Chevron ruling?
Yeah, so Chevron was a farce that was put forth in the 1980s by the Supreme Court that essentially required the federal judiciary to defer to a federal agency's reasonable interpretation of their own authority. That's an abdication of the court's role under Article 3 to determine what the law is. It goes all the way back to Marbury v. Madison. The courts determine what the law is. And so this never worked. And that, again, it excused Congress from actually doing their jobs and writing statutes, writing laws. It allowed for this mushrooming exponential growth in the administrative state.
It allowed for the ATF to unilaterally declare if you owned a pistol brace, you were a felon. That blew my mind. I'm like, wait. I went to a gun store. I filled out my paperwork. They told me pistol braces were totally fine and legal. And I said, okay. And then a few months later, this story breaks, and they're like, by the way, so I call my lawyer, and he's like, take them off your weapons and separate them, bring them to a separate property or store them separately, and you're illegally allowed to have them so long as they're not attached. And I said, how did a department, bureau, just decide something was a crime?
Luckily, Missouri filed suit and won that lawsuit to put a stop to that, because you're right. I mean, look, we're always... the Second Amendment says, shall not be infringed. That's the words, shall not be infringed. And in Missouri, Article 1, Section 23 of the Missouri Constitution protects not only firearms, but ammunition and accessories as well, and obligates the state to stand up and fight to protect our God-given right to not only firearms, but ammunition and accessories. So I was proud to file that lawsuit and get a win.
Did the overturning of the Chevron doctrine then eliminate or repeal all these things that had been done using the Chevron doctrine?
No, but it gives us better legal footing to challenge them. And it means that that the tie doesn't go to the agency anymore. The agency's going to have to account for whether or not they're adhering to the plain text of the statutes that authorize them to perform certain functions.
But I like the messaging around this when the Chevron ruling came out. Every mainstream media outlet, a lot of left-leaning ones, were like, well, they're not letting experts make decisions. This is so crazy. I mean, it is this.
That's really our Constitution.
Right, and it feels like we're in parallel worlds.
Well,
right, where there are some people who are like, well, here's the Constitution, and here is what we would like to happen, and everyone else being like, no, you guys are crazy.
That point was on full display in March when I sat at council table and we argued the case Missouri v. Biden. Mm-hmm. And Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson asked the question, well, isn't it it seems like the First Amendment really hamstrings the government's ability to respond to an emergency. It's like, yes, that's the point. It is an irreducible axiomatic principle that the rights that we enjoy come from God, not man, that the Constitution exists to protect us from the government exists to protect our rights, and in this era we see government repeatedly weaponized against us. That is antithetical to who we are as an American.
What was the other? You said the Supreme Court overturned the Chevron doctrine?
Yeah, major questions doctrine is the other one.
What's that?
And so that one says that Congress doesn't hide an elephant in a mouse hole. And so you see that in West Virginia v. EPA. You see it in my lawsuit that we won when President Biden first tried to cancel student loan debt. And what the court has said is that, look, if Congress intends to institute a program on this order of like social, economic, political magnitude, Congress has to speak explicitly in the text of the statute. The president has to point to the exact words in the law that allow him to do that, and with a fine print. And Congress has not so authorized the president. And that's why we won that lawsuit. That's why West Virginia won that lawsuit against the EPA. And so those are two independent founts of legal authority to fight back against the rise of the administrative state. But attorneys general will always be playing a game of whack-a-mole. We need Congress and a president who are willing to, again, slash and burn that alphabet soup. I mean, why do we have a federal Department of Education? What role does the federal government? Our founding fathers never intended that bureaucrats in Washington, D.C. would have anything to do with our schools and at the state level. So things like that.
And it's just bloat now. It's just...
It's government job welfare.
Exactly. One of the concerns that you often hear is, look, yes, but we got to do it slowly because if we slash 5,000 jobs, the economic damage. It's like, no, dude. Like, we're not just giving people money for no reason. That's ridiculous.
I kind of appreciate some sort of national regulation on education in that if one school was teaching someone that 2 + 2 = 3, and then another school is like, no, it's 2, then you're going to have a problem, and we're not going to be able to communicate as a society. So I understand, but I don't think we need an entire department. I've learned in recent years, because I agree with you about the bloat. I think it just turns into people getting hired.
The founders intended the federal government to be a government of a limited authority, and under the 10th Amendment, which says that any authority not given to the federal government, denied to the states, is enjoyed by the states and the people of the states. The states are governments of unlimited authority, limited only by their own constitutions or the federal constitution. So the only point I'm making is that education is left to the states, and it's up to states to regulate that. The federal government was never authorized or empowered under the enumerated powers given to the federal government to have anything to do with education. That's just one example. I mean, again, pick out of a hat any federal agency and let's determine whether or not there's enumerated authority for that agency in our Constitution.
I feel like Americans have been sort of brainwashed to think of it as being the federal government above all else.
Right.
We follow them first. They forget the importance of their state government.
It drives me bonkers when I hear people say, well, the supremacy clause. Like, no. The supremacy clause doesn't mean that the federal government is supreme to the states on all things. That's not what that means. The supremacy clause is an interpretive tool. When you have a federal statute and a state statute that cannot coexist and be synthesized, and that the federal statute is duly constitutionally valid, then the federal statute trumps the state statute. But again, that's only when you have an irreconcilable difference. That rarely occurs. It's an interpretive tool, not an independent found of legal authority.
What would happen if the Supreme Court comes out and says, we don't care that New York is doing these things?
We go back to the drawing board and we go find another tool to get to work on this problem.
But I see the problem here as potentially an unstoppable force and an immovable object. It is clear to any reasonable person that New York is just acting extrajudicially. They're using the force and threat of violence that they control at the state level to lock up, stop, and steal the 2024 election. It doesn't mean they're guaranteed to do it, but they're certainly trying to.
Yeah.
We know that you can't criminally charge someone for, quote, another crime, end quote. The Constitution doesn't allow that. If the Supreme Court doesn't answer this, and I feel like they won't, then, well, Missouri can't just say, we accept that the game is broke, that the rules are rigged, and it's impossible to win. I mean, people across this country will lose their minds and, as this continually devolves. But as we've already seen, Tucker Carlson predicted in September that with the amount of lawfare against Donald Trump, we are moving into assassination territory. Now, a week ago, someone actually shot Donald Trump, narrowly missing him, his skull, but hitting his ear. We were but millimeters away from Trump losing his life.
And then
I can't discount everything that Tucker Carlson was suggesting when he was saying something like that is predictable because of what's happening before it. That is to say, the presumption is there are powerful forces that have tried every means possible to stop Donald Trump. They accused him of being a traitor. It did not work. They waged lawfare in terms of impeachment twice. It did not work. They created new laws in New York to civilly sue Donald Trump for sexual assault, which made no sense. The story was completely ludicrous. They've changed the rules every single step of the way just to say we can and we will. In Georgia, they're going after Donald Trump. The federal documents case, they went for Trump. Now, of course, that one was recently defeated. Trump is winning every step of the way. The speculation around the presidential immunity ruling from the Supreme Court was that they would say, of course, the president enjoys immunity as to his constitutional duties. But for anything outside that, he does not. That was fairly obvious. What I didn't see any pundit predict was that they would additionally say, you cannot use any action that was in his official capacity as evidence of wrongdoing, which basically crushed the hush money case in New York, postponing the sentencing and allowing Donald Trump not to be sentenced to prison on July 11th, right before the RNC, where he was, of course, going to give his speech, accept the nomination, be the presidential nominee, and name his VP. And then 2 days after that, he gets shot in the ear in an unprecedented security failure, the likes of which you have never seen, and makes no sense to former Secret Service like Dan Bongino, former Army snipers. I believe Eli Crane was an Army sniper. There have been many people who have commented on this, who are in Congress. I believe Corey Mills as well, saying none of this makes sense. Dan Bongino pointing out that at Secret Service, you'd block line of sight if you couldn't secure the roof. They didn't do that. You'd blur out the windows. They didn't do that. They didn't. None of it makes sense. And so my fear is, there's a reason Tucker Carlson made the prediction in September that he did, and they attacked him for it. But sure enough, ended up happening. Now we are looking at, we know for a fact, those of us that are watching, that New York is just, there's no law. There's none. Merrick Garland and the Her tapes, there's no law. Joe Biden broke the law the same as Trump. They say we're not going to prosecute.
The problem is evil law. It's different than
no.
For evil.
No, there's no law. Okay, there's no law. Merrick Garland defies a congressional subpoena, and they say, so what? He can do whatever he wants. Meanwhile, Steve Bannon's in prison. Peter Navarro just got out. At what point does the system just, one day people wake up and they say there isn't one?
You know what? What concerns me about the Trump attempted assassination of Trump is, like, I think this machine, this deep state, is trying to remove threats to its process, whether it be Donald Trump or Joe Biden. And when Joe Biden refused to step down, then a couple days later he had a stroke. Is this confirmed? He had a mini stroke. Like,
I don't think it's been confirmed.
It's not confirmed, but
it's not confirmed that he had a mini stroke, but I do think it's fair to say that it is confirmed Joe Biden suffered a medical emergency.
So he refuses to step down. They want him to step down, refuses, and then has a medical emergency. I find assassination attempts can happen with more than bullets. They can happen poisonings. Like, I don't put it past this system, and I don't even know who it is. That's the biggest problem is, like, it's the shadows. How do you defend against the shadows? Like, it's been around for tens of thousands of years, just really running the show and allowing kings to be in position.
It's not just, the shadow does not refer to a single person. The element of surprise is a major component for any kind of conflict. So it could be one guy today, a second guy tomorrow. It could be a woman today. It could be a different woman tomorrow. You just don't know. Now, personally, I hear what you're saying on Joe Biden and how they may have tried to stop him. I just don't think they need to. I think we've all seen Biden's failing for the past few years.
It's a silly concept. I'm not purporting that it happened. It's just, it struck me last night while I was listening, and I thought, wow, I hadn't put that one into place, so I might as well talk about it on the show today.
2021, you have January 6th, and you have people who are still being held. You've got one guy who's been held in solitary on and off without any charges. We're going on 3.5 years. This guy's never been charged with a crime, but they won't let him go. What we are seeing now, especially with the contempt charges against Merrick Garland, Democrats break the law and get away with it. Republicans go to jail for the slightest infraction. The lawsuit you have against New York, Supreme Court absolutely needs to say, New York, you're done. We nullify all of it. It's just gone. Yep. And if they don't, and I suspect they won't do anything, we are inching towards a reality where people on the right are going to say Washington is illegitimate because they don't actually uphold or enforce the law. They are no different than roving bands of bad guys with guns, because that's all we're seeing. Federal law enforcement raiding Donald Trump but ignoring Joe Biden. They're not acting as if they're agents under the law, bringing accountability and equality into the law. They're quite literally just dudes with guns enforcing mandate from Democratic Party officials.
I have a lot of hope with the Supreme Court right now, only that because they are demanding New York respond. They didn't have to issue that demand, as far as I understand.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't have to accept our filing. They could have just dismissed the filing on the pleadings and said, "No, Missouri, we're not going to have this lawsuit." So, I mean, yeah, look, this is moving in a positive direction in the sense that we're going to have a chance to have some of these issues litigated. And again, I think that the Supreme Court, one way they could kind of sidestep the issue is to pause on a ruling until such time as the state court in New York takes action at sentencing. Because if the court sentences President Trump, the court should do the right thing, just dismiss the indictment, vacate the judgment, turn him loose. But if the court doesn't do that, they could, like the trial court could say, well, President Trump, you're on bench probation supervised by the court with no conditions. Well, then he can talk again, and he can be campaigning again, and he can have his appeal play out, and then that kind of lessens the impact.
He's still gagged.
Yeah, he is, and that's the point. Like, the gag order is supposed to protect the defendant's right to a fair trial. The state asked for the gag order, and the trial's over.
Right. It's this
Makes
funny
no
thing about
sense.
the delaying sentencing, which is like on the one hand, we Trump not in prison or doing whatever,
Really?
Getting to be out when a lot of people were really scared about what would happen to him. On the other hand, it just allows this gag order to remain in place, which, like you've pointed out, is actually benefiting the prosecution in a lot of ways.
It allows the gag order to stay in place, and it also heightens the harm under the Purcell claim.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're here because you are an officer of the law, and you obviously appreciate.
How does that work? I thought that was gonna be like 100 sigma. How can that be? What? Minus. Three 64199. Yeah, where the fuck is it getting this from? Divided by 0.002152. Alright, well, I mean, it's still 9.91 sigma. I thought it was like 100 sigma, dude. Oh, I see. Alright, I misread the decimal, but I mean, it's still 9.91 sigma. So, it is what it is. Alright, I'll be right back. I mean, I'm stopping at 1,024. I'm going to note that in the paper. I haven't seen any difference in the mean and standard deviation since result 256 to result 1,024. So, alright, I'll be right back. It's still 9.1, so it's the 9 point.
Best and worst dinner for your waistline. Sweet potatoes. Try to find the purple sweet potato. They're the highest level.
As you may have seen on Today News, I went from 195 to 140 in just a matter of weeks. But how did I do it? I've never revealed this to the public until now. It's what stars rely on to slim down quickly for their movies and shows, keeping them in bikini body shape all year round. I had tried it all before this, 6 days a week at the gym, intermittent fasting, countless diet pills, but nothing worked until I discovered this simple tweak for my morning coffee. This not only made the weight
I can't hide myself.